Hello, I'm Marissa Jarrett Winoker. Performing on stage takes mental and physical preparation. But the one thing I never thought to prepare for was cervical cancer. 91% of cervical cancers are caused by the human papillomavirus, or HPV. The good news is, there are vaccines that can protect you or your children from cancer. I survived my cancer, but you can stop cancer before it starts. Talk to your doctor and go to thinkaboutthelink.org to learn more.
When I was diagnosed with breast cancer, both of my daughters were pregnant, and everything I was looking forward to turned into everything I was going to miss. First words, first steps. Today, those babies are 3. I'm with them all the time. I don't know what's next, but I know I'm here today.
A Susan G. Komen grant helped pay for Allanthea surgery, and today she's caring for her grandchildren. Help save lives. Visit IamSusanGKomen.org. A public service message from Susan G. Komen.
Tiger weather now.
A peaks of sunshine here this morning, but skies turning cloudy this afternoon with mid-50s today. A clear sky tonight, low 35. Sunny, warmer tomorrow with a high near 70. A mix of clouds and sunshine on Wednesday, 73. Strong storms return on Thursday, mid-70s for highs. Richard DeWettig at the Weather Channel.
KWKH Shreveport Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport and Bossier's #1 sports station.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 1130 The Tiger. As far as I know, we are excited to be with you on this lovely day. All right.
You're what I want.
Little dirt foot to get our toes tapping and our day started. Yeah. This is 1130 The Tiger, KWKH, your 24-hour-a-day, megaton, megawatt radio station. Your home for LSU sports. We're excited to be with you. Excited to have Dirtfoot get after us here to start the program. Oh, by the way, we also want to say thanks to Sports World, your local uniform professionals. Sports World, 8809 Juella. 8809 Juella, just off 3132. They are your uniform professionals and have been since 1973, man. That is awesome. Whatever gear it is you need, they've got it for you, buddy. They have got it for you. Rogers Hampton joins me in the Stu studio. Hello, Roger.
Hey, boy. Happy Tuesday, Fletch.
Happy Tuesday to you as well.
What's happening, hot stuff?
I'm doing all right.
You doing okay?
Just to kind of give you guys a little bit of an idea of what's happening here.
Hey.
Town Square Media here locally, and I guess a few of the other stations around the Town Square complex throughout the country, was attacked with a ransomware virus. It has pushed our poor engineer, Greer the engineer, to the brink of, I'm amazed that he is here today. But he is, and he's doing everything he can. I know that everybody at Town Square is, but basically what this has done is it's taken away a lot of the ability of everyone at every one of these radio stations to be able to do their job normally. So we will have no commercial breaks today from what we understand. We're on for 4 hours, and you'll hear us every now and then because I got to take a tinkle, or Rogers has to take a tinkle, or Adam's got to go to the bathroom, or maybe we just get tired of talking. You're going to hear a little musical interlude. We may be taking requests today. It's an all-request Tuesday on the Tim Fletcher Show, 1130 The Tiger. And we will play that music, but on Facebook, if you're watching or listening live on Facebook, you'll hear silence because if we play music too long on Facebook, they kick us off for copyright laws. So you'll hear silence. We'll mute the feed during the break while we're playing music. But if you're in the car, don't think that you have switched stations. It's just Rogers and I have 53 and 54-year-old bladders. And so sometimes they've got to be emptied. But this thing is, it has absolutely been a nightmare for especially the music stations. I feel so bad for them. I feel bad for our management. I feel bad for our what we used to call program directors, now our brand managers. But mostly I feel bad for Greer, the engineer, because he is, poor fella. And I asked him earlier today if he had picked me up an orange juice on the way in, or if he could possibly run over to Walmart and give me some thumbtacks so I could hang up my new Shreveport flag. And he said he didn't have the time. Something about this ransomware attack has gotten all of his attention, Rogers. I thought, he's here.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything, really.
Yeah, I thought it was a little rude.
Yeah. We're all trying to get together for a show. He's just trying to get us all on the air and stuff. What's the big deal with that?
I mean, we've got our priorities where they need to be.
Right. That's on us.
We're just trying to get him there.
Right. We want him to prioritize us. I don't think that's that wrong.
We've got missing thumbtacks.
Yeah. Like 6 of them.
Yeah.
There's like 6 push pins.
And while you're getting push pins, just grab some OJ.
Right.
You're checking out. It's usually right there in that little refrigerated thing they put at the end of every aisle. Maybe a couple candy. I'll take a Zero Bar. You know what? Hadn't had a Zero Bar in a while.
A Zero Bar sounds fantastic.
It really does.
I used to love zero.
I did too.
All right.
Is that asking too much?
Well, we would hit our music sounder now for the SEC update.
You know what? I'm going to at least try.
Okay, see what happens.
Just for, its and Eagles. Ooh.
This SEC update is brought to you by
It may stop
Red
at any
River
moment, but go.
Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in Shreveport. They're open hump day to holy day.
The SEC announced their players of the week. As a matter of fact, they were co-players of the week. J.J. Bleday of Vanderbilt became the first Commodore since Aaron Westlake in 2010 to homer in 4 straight games. Drove in 10 runs last week, took over the SEC lead by belting 4 homers in as many games. Bleday set a new career high with 5 RBIs with 2 homers on Tuesday, recorded 3 multi-RBI games, and scored a combined 6 runs in 4 games. His co-player of the week, LSU's Chris Reed, led the Tigers to a series victory last weekend over second-ranked Mississippi State in Starkville, going 6 for 8 with a double, 6 RBI, and 4 runs scored. He also walked 3 times, was hit by a pitch, recording a .769 on-base percentage in those 3 games. Their 10-5 win on Friday night, he paced the Tigers' 13-hit attack by going 3 for 4, 3 RBI, and 3 runs scored. In the win Saturday, 2 RBI, double, and a sac fly, and he scored 2 runs. Pitcher of the week, Zach Thompson of Kentucky. Complete game shutout against Georgia.
This SEC update was brought to you by Red River Brewing. They're open from hump day to holy day. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street.
Zach Thompson pitched a complete game shutout against Georgia Friday, allowing just a couple of hits and 13 strikeouts. And freshman of the week, Christian Scott of Florida, earned the win out of the bullpen against Florida State on Tuesday and again on Saturday against Alabama. He limited hitters to an .077 average against him over 8 innings of work, with only 1 unearned run allowed while striking out 10. Those are your SEC players of the week. How you doing, Rogers?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Greer just popped his head in. He goes, y'all on? I said, we're on. It's okay.
So far, so good.
It was the first look of satisfaction I've seen in a while on his face.
Johnny C. wants to know, were we the ones that opened the email that started the ransomware? I don't think so. I don't think it started here.
No, yeah, we were live right in the middle of a segment when
I don't know what happened. It just all went downhill quickly.
But if they do trace it back to one person.
Well, since he's not here yet, I'm blaming Adam. Oh, geez. Hello, Adam. Snuck in.
Sure how I would have done that?
Did not see you walk in. Huh. Did not see that happening. It is a Tech Tuesday, of course. Tech Tuesday brought to you by Chevyland. Chevyland, we care about you. Incredible deals on 2018 Silverados are still available. They have a 172-point inspection of every used car that hits the lot. It has to go through the fine-tooth comb in the service department before it's able to be put out there on the lot for you to peruse and purchase. They've got it all. Used vehicles like you wouldn't believe, and so many beautiful new Chevys, from Corvettes and Camaros to Malibus, Sonics, Cruises, SUVs, and, of course, Silverado pickup trucks. Chevyland, we care about you, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. You can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 320-1130. You can text us on the Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line, 489-7453, 489-7453. So what's everyone thinking about in the world of sports today? Rangers and Astros, I guess, last night, Rogers. Certainly probably was a big part of your day, I assume.
It sure was. I was able to be home and watch that, and it's very weird knowing this is the last season at the ballpark in Arlington as we knew it. It still looks like a really nice, fairly new stadium. They were showing it from the outside. I was like, this looks like it did when I went like 15 years. Yeah,
they're going to use it for other stuff, apparently.
Yeah, they should, because I was like, what is wrong with this? Nothing wrong with this stadium.
That's where the XFL team's going to play?
Right.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
there's something else going on over
But
there.
smart move by the Rangers, though, to finally build a retractable roof stadium. You know how hot it gets in June and July and August over there.
doubt.
You've sat there, and if you get that one spot where the sun is hitting you the whole time, you could die.
Well, one thing that I think it might have been a Cubs writer who said, we got to remember this isn't like the closing down of Wrigley or Fenway.
No, not at all.
You know, there should be. It's not like a lot of reverence.
Oh, Cubs writer. Oh, it's not like Wrigley.
Are you saying it is like Wrigley?
No, but relax. I'm not trashing your team, but some of these baseball
don't
writers.
worry, they did that. They did that well enough last night.
Some of these baseball writers just need to relax.
Okay, do you realize you just said baseball writers need to relax in the same sentence?
Yeah.
That's never going to happen. We control the Hall of Fame. You weren't nice to me in 1987 in a hallway. I think you'll be a third. You'll be the third ballot Hall of Famer. Yes, I know your lifetime batting average was .474, and you had 812 home runs. But no.
Sure, it's not been around since like the turn of the century, but it's
right.
You know, it's a lovely park. It's still in great shape. Yeah.
Turner did the Braves did the same stinking thing to Turner Field.
Oh yeah,
you know it still had some legs, and they decided to go ahead and put it out of its misery. Take old Yeller out of the woods, huh? I thought this thing's still working.
And I think what is it now? Globe Life.
Globe Life.
I always thought it was a nicer park than the old Turner Field.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we went to a doubleheader. No, we went to see two Braves Mets games. I don't know, 2013. Nice, good stadium, still in great shape, but you could tell it was probably not built for like some of the amenities were very concrete-ish. It's like when I went to Coffin, this was like, there's a lot of concrete here. I think this was built.
It's like when
2000s in mind.
First time I ever stepped foot on the Texas A&M campus, before they went through this brick renaissance and started really adding new buildings, I'm like, this looks like a stinking prison. Everything here is concrete. Are they afraid the kids are going to try to whittle their way out of the classroom or something? It was one of the ugliest campuses I've ever seen. Now it's extremely
They've
beautiful.
done a lot of work down there.
It's gorgeous, but I'm like, man, this is 1996 or so.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is a dump. This town's a dump.
Oh yeah, College Station was. It has come a long way.
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
especially in the last 23 years or whatever. Because back then there was the AQ, Dixie Chicken, and that was it. Next time we went down there, they had like the whole, little quad set up, downtown with bars and restaurants and all that good stuff.
Jacob went to a Nike football camp. Gosh,
Jacob Hester?
Yes.
Okay. Just clarify for the maybe first-time listeners.
Yeah, there's none of those. They're all going to die soon. So,
what? Who's dying?
Yeah, all the a lot of old listeners.
What?
Just relax and let me talk.
Who's dying?
Nike
camp at College
I'm going to
Station?
guess that was like 2002 that he went to that camp. Went back down there for a 7-on-7 deal, probably around 2014. It's not even the same place.
It really wasn't.
No.
I'm like, wait a minute, this looks more like a real city as opposed to where they send the zombies to keep them away from everybody. 6:15 is our time. As we mentioned earlier, we have a ransomware. You're not going to get ransomware by listening to us. It doesn't I've checked. It doesn't transfer through the speakers of your vehicle or your phone. But just so you'll know, we don't think we're going to be able to play commercial breaks today because there's nothing in the log. So when what happens if you hit like F9? What would happen?
I would be scared.
No,
honestly, your intro played. I don't know how it played.
Yeah, we're not sure how that happened.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. There's nothing there to play. So basically, China or Russia or somebody in an Asian country is controlling the strings to this radio show right now. Jack Talk Tie? Jack Talk Tie. Very well. So what we're going to do is every now and then we will take a commercial break, but there won't be any commercials played. It'll just be some music.
Got a lot of live work to do today, buddy.
Yeah. So I got to make sure that all of our sponsors get their run. So everybody's getting live spots today and getting an abundance of them. So good goobly-goo. Thank you, Brewer Quality Homes. The BQH, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, the home of Jessup, as well as Cabco Manufactured Homes. Unbelievable. They've got a new double wide coming from Jessup that is going to blow your socks off. This is, got to remember, this is the company that Donnie and some other dealers founded because they know exactly what sells. They know what customers are looking for, and they also know that customers want more room. They want to add more floor space. They want more amenities, and so therefore they've got a brand new double wide that's coming off the line in Waco, Texas, as part of the Jessup family. It will soon be arriving 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. All right, Tim Fletcher Show, 1130 The Tiger. Enjoy this musical interlude for a couple of minutes while Rogers and Adam and I talk about you guys behind your back.
This up-and-coming band, Leonard Skinner.
So, and also text us requests. Rogers can take requests because we're basically playing the music off YouTube, right? Yes. So if there's music, if there is a video for it.
The future.
Let's just hope we're not going to play any explicit lyric stuff. Only 80s.
No
Silly Joel, sir. So we'll be back on 1130 The Tiger right after this little musical timeout.
Sit beside me.
All right, we are back after a little brief interlude there so that we could get a little breakfast inside of us. Get the day started. Tim Fletcher Show, 1130 The Tiger. You'll hear music for our commercial breaks today rather than the actual commercial breaks because of a ransomware attack that hit our radio stations and kind of wiped out a lot of things. So here we go. We're back, though. 320-1130, 320-1130. You can also text us on the Bayou Bellways Trash Text line, 489-7453, 489-7453. Phones are working, though, right, Rogers? Yes, sir. Phones are working. I know the text line is working. That has nothing to do with the intranet whatsoever. So, of course, some of the I tried to listen to the show before ours on the way out here. I stopped counting the number of at 18, 19 during one segment.
What was the topic this morning?
He hates John Calipari.
It's his new LeBron.
Well, LeBron shut down, so he's got to talk about somebody.
Most overrated coach of all time.
Just basically put himself in a corner.
Now, Rogers brought up a good point.
Mm-hmm.
This loudmouth who has a show before us, if his beloved Tennessee Volunteers
and
hired John Calipari,
yes,
I knew Adam would get it.
would he accept John Calipari as the coach of his
tomorrow?
Yes.
And if his NBA team traded for LeBron?
Yes. I don't know if he's an NBA guy or not, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Rick Barnes out, Calipari in. The day
like
after he
that.
says it first.
Yeah. Memphis Grizzly assistant.
Yeah.
Former North Carolina standout.
Yeah.
Multi-year NBA veteran, Jerry Stackhouse.
One of my favorite basketball players ever.
Number 42, right?
Yes.
Could be the next Vanderbilt head coach. Looks like he will be the next Vanderbilt head coach.
I got a little rooting interest there. I like that.
Makes sense. He's coaching in Memphis, so it's...
Was the head coach for the Raptors G League team last couple of years.
So he's got some experience there. It's a name. It's a name that I think still means something to 17, 16, 18-year-old boys.
He's got his own...
There's no Kim Mulkey, but still.
Sure. Something AAU. He's been real prevalent in that.
You know what? That's good because there's no trouble that comes with the AAU basketball.
Not at all. Jerry Stackhouse would never do anything wrong, sir. I'll just have you know that.
I hear you. He is a paragon of piety. Congratulations, Kim Mulkey and the Baylor Bears, but last night.
Yeah.
Moving into the Final Four yet again. They play Notre Dame?
Notre Dame beat Stanford, so that, yeah, probably so.
And UConn, it's green versus green and blue versus blue in the women's Final Four.
Yes, Notre Dame, UConn, Baylor, Oregon.
So Baylor plays Oregon.
Oregon knocked off Mississippi State, yeah.
And Notre Dame plays UConn. But Kim Mulkey, future LSU Tigers men's basketball coach, has led the Baylor Lady Bears to the Final Four yet again. It's amazing how good coach. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Getting it done. But Jerry Stackhouse to Vanderbilt. Calipari gets a lifetime contract at Kentucky.
Yeah.
And so I said, what if he dies like soon? Does he have to? Is there a buyout?
No. Null and void.
And I think his buyout is zero. That if he wants to go somewhere else, I believe that I read that his buyout is nothing. Like Kentucky basically just pulled a Mitch.
Is this good or bad, you think?
I think it's good. John Calipari is a fantastic coach, despite what idiots like Trey Clavis have to say.
The buyout is works either way. If they decide to fire him, they don't have to pay him for the rest of his life. Right?
Yeah, he's making $9 million a year.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing all right.
He's going to get great talent in. Duke didn't win the national title with Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett and that entire crew. So before you start poo-pooing on John Calipari being a bad coach.
Because he's only got one national title.
One national title.
Right.
4 Final Fours, one vacated. The idea that he's a bad coach is just kind of asinine to me.
Yeah.
Because he does all the things that you've got to be a good coach in college basketball, which is get talent.
It's harder than ever to win in the tournament.
I think so.
I think that's sort of been proven, especially when you get to the second weekend. A lot of good teams don't. Duke was lucky to get as far as they did.
Should have gotten beaten in the round of 32.
Yeah. It's not easy to get there. So
Shouldn't have made it out of the 32. Shouldn't have made it out of the Sweet 16. Got bounced in the Elite Eight.
Right.
And they had the most talented
and they're loaded.
Anybody.
And they're loaded. They're going to be loaded all the time.
Of course, I love that there are some takes on how Krzyzewski, his worst job ever.
Oh, God.
I'm like, well, if you can say that John Calipari is a bad coach because Kentucky only has one national championship, then I guess you could say that, okay, in that same kind of thought process, you could say that Krzyzewski did a bad job because they didn't win a national title with Zion.
Didn't Michigan State have, like, loads of people back?
There was a breakdown of the number of starters in this Final Four. Out of the 20 starters, there's only like 2 freshmen.
Yeah.
None on NBA draft boards. Yeah.
Talent is great, but experience is really good also.
And speaking of, one of the guys who helped make Michigan State go, he hit the game-winning shot. Kenny Goins, the senior former walk-on. And I know that Deadspin's got a story on how his family, actually this was from an article in The Athletic, how he had offers, scholarship offers, to Central Michigan, Detroit Mercy, and Buffalo, which obviously is a pretty good basketball program.
Yeah.
Interest from Ivy League schools like Penn and Harvard. But he wanted to go to Michigan State, so his family took out a student loan. $17,000 in student loans to get him to Michigan State. And so they're making the point that, oh, boy, here they have to still pay the student loan of $17,000, yet Tom Izzo got paid $100,000 for making it to the Final Four. Nike gives him $25,000 for going to the Final Four, yet his family is still shouldering the burden of a student loan. And then someone aptly brings up, he had full rides to 3 other schools.
Right. So the family made the sacrifice. They're certainly okay with what's going on.
Right.
So mind your business. How about that?
It's not a bad idea. And I don't know if the Goins family is complaining about their student loans, but, oh, hang on, let me check. Everybody complains about their student loans.
Yes.
There's not a human being in America who was taking out a student loan who thought, boy, I'm glad I did this, and I can look forward to paying this off 12 years down the road.
Right.
It's one of the blights of our system right now that student loans are, A, a necessity for most of us. B, paying them back is also a necessity. And the way that it's set up, it's just crippling for a lot of people. So, yeah, family upset about student loan debt is not a headline.
No, it's not. Especially, like you say, when the kid had other, for good programs, to go and play there for free.
For free.
But that's not what he wanted to do.
He wanted to go to Michigan State.
He wanted to be a Spartan.
And look how it's paid off.
Respect his wishes and let him be a Spartan.
Absolutely. He has also sent Michigan State into the Final Four.
Yeah.
Now, there's legislation that a North Carolina Republican is introducing that players will be able to make money off their likeness and image and all that good stuff. And I know that it's going to get poo-pooed by a lot of people, but I am here to tell you that may be the best way that they can get this thing off the ground.
Could be, yeah.
Well, are you going to pay the softball players the same thing you're paying the star quarterback? No.
No, because they're not generating the same amount of money.
Well, how do you determine that? You're going to have to go through Title IX. You're going to have to go through this. There's going to be gender discrimination. So here's what you do. Softball player, put every jersey number up on the catalog. If you want to buy a softball jersey or a T-shirt with your favorite softball player's number on it, buy it.
Sure.
That player gets a cut of it. And her worth will be determined by how much merchandise she sells.
The percentage can be the same.
Absolutely.
You're just going to find that
there's going to be
football jerseys are getting bought than softball jerseys.
She gets 3 apples in her bucket, while, Jalen Hurts gets 400,000 apples in his bucket.
It is what it is, boys and girls.
It's capitalism. It's meritocracy. It's democracy. Get what you can while you can. But I don't think that's a bad idea.
No.
And I think that's one way that these student athletes can have some cash. Think of how much money Leonard Fournette.
Oh, man.
How much money the Honey Badger would have been able to make as a student athlete at LSU just based on the Honey Badger T-shirts.
Right. It's, yeah, I mean, if they're using your likeness, your face, your number, your name, if people know that's you.
Yes.
Right? A lot of 18 jerseys walking around about it.
Yeah.
What's the problem? That is income that they are making off of you in particular.
Right. Off of your practice habits that led to playing time, which led to superb performance, which led to an outstanding effort in a very big game or games. You put in all the work, and someone else is getting all the benefits. That is so far not the American way. It's not even funny.
A dollar amount that far exceeds your scholarship, your academic scholarship.
Yes. So, to me, this is a great way to kind of cut off the knees of those who say, well, the scholarship's enough.
Mm-hmm. No,
they're getting a free education.
People that don't have any clue.
But I agree with you. I don't agree with that assessment of things. But for that argument, how can you, if you stand on that side of the fence, that the players are getting what they get anyway, this is all they should get, how can you have a problem with them making money off their likeness? It kind of goes into the mind your own business.
Right.
How does it affect, why would it hurt Rogers Hampton if I wanted to go out and buy a Tremont Waters jersey? Well, it would hurt him because I'd be wearing a tank top here to work, and it would be disgusting. There'd be a lot of side boobage, and I don't think anyone wants to see that.
Yeah.
Raise my arms, and there's still the scant underarm hairs because I haven't shaved in a long, long time under my arms, but it just doesn't grow back. You know, because I shave, because I try to avoid the gook buildup of the deodorant so it doesn't ruin all my T-shirts. And it's worked. But Rogers doesn't need to see that. You know? But Rogers shouldn't say, well, Tremont Waters, I hope he's not getting a dime off that jersey that says Waters and number 15 on the front and back. He don't deserve it. He's got 3 hots and a cot. He's got a free weight room. I got to pay to go to the YMCA. They make me pay $10 a month over at that place with a big thumb.
Globo Gym, we're better than you.
Yeah.
We know it.
You know, it's an odd place for a gym. The one down here, that's like 5 doors down. Yeah.
Oh,
and there's people there all the time.
Yeah. Every morning.
Every morning.
Ready to roll. Yep.
Yeah. I'm like, there is nothing around here.
Nope.
I'm only up this early because I got to go to work.
Yes.
I'm not getting up to work out.
They literally define working out anytime.
Yes. 4 o'clock in the morning.
So I am okay with this movement to get folks money based on making money off their image, likeness.
There's a right way to do this.
Right.
And I believe that would be it.
And as Adam mentioned, make it available for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone gets the same cut. You get 50% of all sales or whatever. 30%, 20%, whatever.
The number is. Yeah. Even if it's a few $1,000. I mean, that helps. That goes a long way.
That goes a long, long way.
Of course, you might also have people in the athletic department that teach them how to properly, save this money. That would be good.
That would be nice. And you may have boosters that say, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy 5 million Trevor Lawrence T-shirts.
Yeah. I mean, that could happen.
You know?
1,000 of those shirts, and I'm going to distribute them to these schools, whatever the case is.
I'm dropping them off in West Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of having to wear runner-up, bogus Super Bowl winning T-shirts, they can wear Trevor Lawrence's face on a T-shirt.
You guys on the winning side for a change.
Yeah.
Have this. Have this.
Yeah.
Put it on.
I might, he's going to wallpaper his house with Trevor Lawrence bumper stickers.
Sure.
All right, so there you go. That's one way to do it. It's not paying the athlete directly. The school gets a cut of it. The manufacturer gets a cut of it. And the athlete gets a cut of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, there are ways to jimmy the system.
Sure. There's ways you can sort of regulate it, too. Maybe put some sort of a cap.
So 1 million T-shirts in one order would be maybe excessive?
Might be excessive. When you get the campus bookstore, all right, you got these 3 jerseys available this year. And then maybe we have or we can print, if you want a number that's not available. And then, there's ways to keep tabs of all that.
Sure. We're just here for the student athletes, man.
Mm-hmm.
We're just trying to make the world a better place. That's all we're trying to do, Rogers. Kumbaya. Bayou Bell, come by there if you want to get better service. 671-9900. They're on Drag Strip Road. I want to see those big trucks in a drag race. You see, the only person fishtailing out of there is Big Magnolia heading to the gym. Yeah. Bayou Bell, the nice guys who love taking care of your trash. They want to talk trash with you. They want to take care of your trash at 671-9900. They do a better job than anybody around. They give you the most incredible service, going to save you money, no tricky contracts. Clint McCullough is one of the nicest human beings you'll ever come across. You see him on here every now and then. You hear him on the show as well. You get the gist of it. He is a super good dude. He's got Russell Hall with him, his right-hand man. Old Two Phones, the Big Magnolia. 671-9900, Bayou Bell. The nice guys who love talking trash. Rogers and Adam and I on the Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. Cruising through this non-commercial day. We can't play commercials, so we do musical breaks. If you're listening or watching on Facebook, you will hear nothing and like it while we take a little quick time out. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. Brought to you by the fine folks over at AccuTemp Cooling and Heating, 861-2255, 861-2255. AccuTemp, taking care of you on a cool day like we had yesterday and today and the cold nights to make sure that heater was working properly. But now we all know it's getting ready for the warm months of spring and summer. We're not going to see anything below, for a high, below 70, 75 after tomorrow, probably all the way through September. So here it comes, big, bad spring and summer, and AccuTemp is armed and ready to protect you and yours, to give you the most comfortable home known to mankind. 861-2255, 861-2255. Rogers Hampton, Adam Hester here, 1130 The Tiger. Download the 1130 The Tiger app. It's free. It's incredible sound, crystal clear as well. We love it. You'll love it. And, of course, you can listen and watch the show on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page as well. Adam, what's happening on the old Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line at 489-7453?
Big text, Mark Anderson. Very excited about his Baylor Lady Bears being in the Final Four.
Should.
No question. Who else here? Johnny C.
Yeah.
Think of how much the Raleigh Possum could have made.
Exactly. That's money in the bank.
Mm-hmm. Nice habitat. Right there near Mike's habitat, a little possum area. Yeah.
I saw a raccoon this morning. But that's not a possum, is it?
No.
It's a difference.
Yeah, slightly.
Astros beat the Rangers last night 2-1, and I think that both fan bases probably liked what they saw. Drew Smiley got his first start on the mound since 2016, went 3 innings, felt great about it. Astros get a home run from George Springer to lead off the game, which that's never been done before. And former Ranger, what's his name, Chirinos, knocked in the winning run.
Yeah. First time back to the ballpark. He was there 6 years as a Ranger.
He was there a lot longer.
He was there longer. Yes, me too. I was watching that pregame stuff last night, and I had because when they showed him, hugging and all his 6 years, I did not realize he had been there 6 years.
I didn't either. But I think both teams are like, okay, we're getting something out of this. So far, so good. Astros still, the offense is just not really clicked yet.
Yeah, and that's just kind of...
It's 5 games into the season.
No, panic.
Yeah.
Panic time.
Well, if you want to see a fan base panic, just look at the Chicago Cubs.
Or maybe the Red Sox. John, over John. 1-4, John.
Oh,
John.
There's already an ESPN.com headline about the Red Sox.
Oh, my gosh.
Is it time? Is it too early?
No.
Real or not, Red Sox cautious approach is costing them.
Well, I've already read the Cubs' approach is costing them, Adam, so take that.
It's, guys, come on. We just started this thing.
Somehow or another, the Ricketts family that owns the Cubs, who apparently they may be some of the most disgusting humans on earth, at least the old man Ricketts was, his family has more money than you can shake a stick at.
Mm-hmm.
But they want to cut costs, and so they have limited what the Cubs could do in the offseason. And so their hands are kind of tied. They haven't extended Joe Madden's contract. He's basically playing on a win or else contract this year. And last night against the Braves, it literally was a comedy of errors. 6 errors, I think.
Ooh.
2 in the first inning that led to 4 unearned runs. The professor, Kyle Hendricks, just had to sit there and go, this sucks. This is what I got for a defense. This is what I've got. 6 errors.
The flip into the dugout, that was... Oof.
Oh. Yeah.
You see when they went to the girl in the crowd. What are you doing?
And the Cubs had opportunities to break through. They had the bases loaded a couple of times, had runners in
9
scoring
hits?
position. Yeah. Just couldn't couldn't get it done. And so there are those who, I guarantee you, the Joe Madden must go is going to be, that drum will be banged soon among Cub fans and writers around, because he's obviously not pushing the right buttons for this team.
2 years removed from a World Series. Right.
3 years removed from an LCS.
Mm-hmm.
2 years from the World Series.
Yeah.
1 year removed from tying for the division, but losing the
playoff game,
tie break, and then the wild card.
Yeah. It's like A lot of teams out there that would love to have the last 3 years that the Cubs have had. And
it blows my mind.
He's on a game-by-game basis, basically.
When you got to – that's why this family.
The family.
It's so frustrating. Forever we were waiting for the Cubs to finally get over the schneid, to finally bring home a title. You put together the right guy in Theo Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
He's put together the right staff. You get the right manager in Joe Madden. You got the right farm system.
Right.
This should be a 6 to 8 to 10 year period of peace in this organization. Instead, they are literally going to blow it up after 3 years of prosperity. Is what it feels like.
Is Madden tough to work with? I mean, I know there's been things over the years, but is that part of this? Because something's not right.
I haven't heard tough to work with, but apparently he's
a jerk.
Madden's a little bit squirrely.
He's a little eccentric, yeah.
He's a little eccentric. And sometimes eccentricities can fall on deaf ears after the 12th time you've heard whatever.
Right.
And sometimes I think these players don't necessarily like playing for a manager who may be more famous than them. That doesn't happen.
No, that's rare.
In sports today, outside of Gruden with the Raiders and Belichick, who's still, Brady is still the star, but Belichick is also a star. In the NBA or Major League Baseball or the NFL, in professional sports, who else has a team where the coach is kind of almost like the biggest name you've got? And I get it. Javier Baez, Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Kyle Schwarber. There's some big names on the Cubs.
There are, but the first thing I think of are the glasses.
Yeah. First thing you think of for non-Cubs fans when you think of the Cubs is Joe Madden.
Yeah.
Think of the Astros, I think of Jose Altuve's first thing that pops into my mind.
Yep.
And then I'm like, oh, well, yeah, of course, Alex Bregman, of Carlos Correa.
It would take me a minute. Wait,
George
who's the
Springer.
manager?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have to go.
They're loaded.
I would go through 6 or 7 names before I get to A.J. Hinch.
Right.
The Rangers, Joey Gallo, Rougned Odor. I'd say Drew Smiley because his name was mentioned yesterday. Now then I'd be like, wait, who's their manager?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Woodward? Who he?
Not Ron Washington?
The Saints, Drew Brees, Alvin Kamara.
Peyton's high on that list.
He's high.
Yeah. He's one of those. He's just been there so long.
Cowboys. I think we say Dak.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the ones where the owner comes first, isn't it?
Yeah. You know what? That's true.
Yeah.
Chiefs. First name you think of is?
Len Dawson.
Smoking and drinking a Fresca.
Exactly.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Andy Reid has some.
He's up there.
He's up there.
But I wonder how many players that's a turnoff. Not that every player wants the spotlight, but sometimes when a coach or a manager has superstar personality and superstar status, the personality that accompanies it can be a little overwhelming.
I would say, especially in Major League Baseball, that's rare. That the manager is that high on the pecking order.
Billy Martin was certainly one of those.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sosha, just because of Boshi, I don't know. I mean, Sparky Anderson, Earl Weaver.
You would have some of these current managers, though.
Dude,
it would take you a minute.
Oh,
wait
a minute.
Who is?
As in never. No. I would not. I can't tell you every major league manager.
Tell me. Yeah, who?
Connie Mack still managing the Philadelphia A's.
Like, I'm looking at the National League managers right here.
I couldn't tell you who the Cincinnati Reds manager is right now to save my life.
It's there's a few names in there for sure, but like, who's the Diamondbacks manager right now?
Luis Gonzalez.
No. This guy's been there since November of 2016.
Okay.
This guy walked in here right now with his uniform on. You would know who he was.
Diamondbacks manager is he a former player?
I'm assuming. I don't know. Never heard this name before in my life.
Okay, well, if you hadn't heard the name, I'm giving up.
You ready?
Yeah.
Salvatore Anthony Torri Lavula. Torri Lavula.
No.
Lovullo is his last name.
Nope. Don't know him.
Not any clue. I know who Snitker is for the Braves just because of the people on my timeline and Twitter that blast him all the time. Of course, Joe Madden. The Reds, David Bell. Hired in October.
Buddy Bell's son.
He was hired in October, so he's only been there briefly.
All right.
Rockies.
Brad Ausmus, is that who you say?
I know he's somewhere. I don't know where.
Former Royals pitcher. Most of his 80s and 90s playing career.
Quisenberry's dead.
He's dead.
His son.
This guy here is dead.
Matt Keogh. I don't know.
Bud Black.
Bud Black.
I was thinking of Bud Black for the other job, the last one you were talking about.
2016, he's been there. Now, the Dodgers, everybody knows, right?
All right. Next.
Say his name.
You say his name.
Well, I'm looking at it. It's Dave Roberts.
You say his name.
Oh, yeah, I know. The Marlins and Brewers, I would have known those two. Mattingly and Craig Counsell.
Craig Counsell.
No. The Mets. Hired in October of 2017.
Dave Martinez.
Mickey Callaway.
Nope.
Not a clue. The Phillies and Pirates, I would have known.
Pirates is
Kapler for the Phillies and another former Royal player.
Buddy Biancalana.
Clint Hurdle.
Wait, Hurdle's
Yeah, he's been the Pirates
been Pirates manager for a long
almost
time.
10 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Good for him.
Absolutely, this day and age.
No lie.
The Giants, everybody knows the Giants.
Right. For one more year.
Right. Padres. Been there since 2015.
Ooh.
Young-looking guy. Don't know who he is.
Who?
Andy Green.
See, this is proving my point. You can bring in a Manny Machado. You can put Fernando Tatis Jr. out there.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys are going to get the deserved spotlight because you got Andy Green, who could walk into a Starbucks in San Diego and have people say, hey, dude, cut in line.
That's an alias. It's not even a real person.
Like Ron Mexico type alias?
Andy Green.
Stay out of the Wyndham Hotel around here, buddy.
The Cardinals manager, Mike Schlitt.
I think I call it something else.
Schildt.
Sounds like something else to me.
That's an unfortunate last name.
I bet he was never made fun of as a kid.
And for the Nationals.
Same guy they had last year.
You should know.
Sandberg. No.
He has spent some time with the Cubs. You just said his name.
Larry Boa.
No.
Let's see.
One of y'all just said his name.
Leon Durham. Jody Davis. Mark Grace.
Dave Martinez.
Oh, I did say Dave Martinez.
Now, if you look at the people they replaced, oh, yeah. Freddie Gonzalez, Rick Renteria, Jim Riggleman, Walt Weiss, Don Mattingly, Terry Collins,
someone's staff
Felipe Alou, Mike Matheny, Dusty Baker. Yeah, I heard all those names. The new guys, about 30%, 20%.
Bayou Bellway's Trash Text Line, 489-7453, 489-7453.
Johnny C. says, the banner that comes up on Facebook is really old. Tim looks dignified, young, and kempt. Hair and beard are nice and neat.
Still nice and neat.
It's vintage, sir. Vintage.
I think I've got a neatened beard.
It could be worse, yeah.
It's not wild and out of control.
Mm-hmm. Not that we're going to go through it since we just did the entire National League.
Right,
I think the American League you'd have an.
I doubt it.
The names are.
I don't remember people's names who I just meet.
The names of the American League managers are more familiar ones, I would say.
If I Google it, I might know it.
A lot of players who aren't that far removed from their playing days. Manager for the Tigers, for instance, has been around for a while. You'd have a better time there.
So say you. I
more
know
faith
my
in you
mind.
than you do.
You do. Gibbsland Bank and Trust, the great banking team. Hometown free reward checking, 4.11% interest. That's a big deal. That is a game changer. Let your money make more money at Gibbsland Bank and Trust. Call Gibbsland Bank and Trust. Any problems you have with your money, they can help solve them. They want to help make the community a better place. They want to help you just be a better you. So if you're needing help, call Gibbsland Bank and Trust. Stop by Gibbsland Bank and Trust. The great banking team. Rogers is a dangerous weapon today. I got to bring him. I'm going to try to give him some fresher music here.
Let's not do that.
Not like the your fresh music you were playing the other day. The Cardi B stuff that you requested.
That was you that knew names of songs over there, by the way.
Gibbsland Bank and Trust, the great banking team, 4.11% interest. Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, 3400 Line Avenue in Shreveport and East Texas, next to the Bellagio, supporting our show. Musical interlude time. I got to go get me a vitamin water. So if you're listening on the air, you'll hear music. If you're listening on Facebook, you'll hear dead silence. Because we don't want Facebook suing us, because we got enough problems with the ransomware attack ads. I keep saying attack ads. The ransomware attack.
Attack.
We'll be back right after this on 1130 The Tiger.
So close, no matter how far.
everybody. 11:30, The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. Cranking it out for you. All classic rock all the time. It is Request Tuesday. You request a song, and we'll try to play it for you as long as it doesn't have explicit lyrics. So text in your song request. We cannot play any commercials because of the ransomware attack on our radio stations. It's wiped out everything. So, well, I think we've paid the actual ransom. We're just waiting to see if they'll release the file.
Accept our offer.
Yeah.
Are the music stations able to play music?
I think they're doing YouTube stuff, right, Rogers?
So they actually have to have DJs come in?
Yeah, they're all in there
Wow.
doing their thing. Yeah.
It's got to be very different for them.
It's got to be a little bit it's a unique situation we've all found ourselves in today.
Old school.
So kudos again to our crack engineering staff who are doing their darndest. And I can't imagine, like Greg, McCoy, having a Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Oy. I just went home yesterday and took a nap and babysat the grandson.
Yeah, there's certain music videos on YouTube. You go and you play it, and then like 10 seconds in, it kicks into some like way different song, but the video stays the same. Hope nobody falls for that today.
Hey. Be very careful what you click. Here's one thing I think this has taught all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful what you click on.
Yes. Look for the like verified artist accounts on YouTube, maybe.
And in your emails. Don't click on something that you just don't know what it is. That ransomware stuff is a booger.
Yeah, it seems like it.
What was it, Greg telling us that every file of ours, it was showing as a README file now. Ooh. All the audio files.
That's not going to go well.
No, it's not. No. It's a little frustrating for everybody involved. But what do you do? You know?
Nothing you can do.
No. Poor Greer, the engineer who was here before I got here today. Just. How many times has he heard from all of us today? Hey, Greer, I'm having a little trouble with my computer. Hey, Greer, the internet seems to can't quite open these emails. Like, he's loving these.
1,000-yard stare.
He's saying Chuck E. Cheese or whatever look pretty good right now.
Walk in there and Greer's like head is shaved. And, are you an assassin, Willard?
He's hanging in there like a hair on a biscuit, though, man. So, whoo! I am glad. That's one thing, you know, there's times I wish I was more computer savvy, but today is a day that I'm kind of glad I'm not.
No, this is the old coaching joke. Man, I'm glad I don't have my CDL.
Yeah.
Really don't want to drive this bus.
Don't want to drive that bus.
Yeah.
I don't want to be driving the bus trying to fight back against ransomware. That just sounds horrible. Malware, ransomware, spyware.
No thanks.
Why don't these people use their powers for good? Why couldn't, like, when we click on something that a dollar bill comes flying out of where people used to put their DVDs in computers? I still have a DVD thing in my laptop.
I do as well.
When was the last time you saw that you actually put a DVD in a machine and hit play?
Not in my classroom.
At home?
Probably hasn't been as long as you think.
For me, it's been a long time.
I mean, it's not often, but it's been that long ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at you. Old school Adam.
Yeah. Not everything's on the streaming, or it's not on the streaming service you have. It's on the other one, and you got to try to figure all that out.
Wow.
Got a couple of musical requests.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What are our music requests here on the Bayou Bellways Trash Text line, 489-7453 on the Tim Fletcher Show? That is brought to you by Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. You know what today is, Adam?
It is Tuesday.
It is $2 Taco Tuesday. Mm-hmm. Are you guys hitting it tonight?
No.
Uh-oh.
I am, until tomorrow is over, remarkably busy at school.
Ugh.
Yep.
Well, that means more barbacoa for everybody.
That's right.
$2 tacos at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. That starts when they open the doors at 11 o'clock, and it stays that way until they turn out the lights. The $2 Taco Tuesday is over. $2 tacos, $2 Tecate, $2 tequila shots at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory all day long, every Tuesday. Old Minden Road, right next to I-20.
Rusty Shackelford, since this is an LSU station, please play Garth Brooks' Call in Baton Rouge. Operator, what's wrong with that? You poo-pooing Garth Brooks over there.
It's just that I've heard that song about 1 million times. Hurry up! Baton Rouge.
Why do you hate LSU?
I do not hate LSU, sir.
I think you have to like that song to like LSU.
I don't think you do. I like LSU. I hate that song.
Paco Bling. All right, here's the deal, folks. I know that the Queen movie was very popular, and the actor did very well. And
Remy Malek.
Yeah. But Don't Stop Me Now, for whatever reason, has become the I was not alive during Queen's run, so this is my new favorite Queen song.
There are people walking around outside in the park.
Several. And don't make eye contact, Rogers. They'll want you to feed them. Queen has several great songs. Don't Stop Me Now is a fine song. But oh, boy, it's everywhere.
It is. Don't stop me.
Maybe we go Tie Your Mother Down instead. Huh? That's a good one. So I think we play all the time anyway.
Yeah, we do. Thanks to the highway.
River Hippie sends us a picture of Swoop. He says, I'm trying to help.
Thank you very much. Swoop Stores. Your home for the best sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits you'll put in your mouth today. Bacon, egg, and cheese. I know you're a bacon guy, right?
Sure.
So are you, Rogers. I'm the sausage guy.
The sausage king of Chicago. Trying to save you there. Ooh, sometimes they just tee him up for you, Rogers. Oh, boy. The 0-1 right down the middle. Oh, boy, he got a hold of that one.
He got a hold of that one. I don't think that was coming back at all.
Did you see the John Oliver thing where Vin Scully, he'll go from like segment, and now here's Vin Scully proving that you don't have to be talking about baseball to be a good and the stuff he's talking about in between pitches. It's on this week's episode.
Okay.
Oh, my God. And the 23 minutes that he did on WWE and Vince McMahon being kind of a jerk.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
A little misogynistic, I assume?
A little bit, but mostly about the not taking care of the old wrestlers.
That's the shame.
It's not. I'm not
a flattering piece
with John Oliver very often, but it was very, very good. So
Swoop Stores, your home of Cinnababies too. Cinnababies, sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, breakfast burritos, breakfast pockets.
That biscuit is excellent.
It's take it from guys who like breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to love the sausage. Swoop Stores, brighten your day. Or the bacon. See, the bacon, it doesn't bite clean through like sausage. You bite through the patty. Sometimes bacon kind of fights you back.
Doing a little sausage biting over there?
Right across from Home Depot of I-49 on Burt Coons. I'm now doing a show with 2 7th graders.
That's giving us way too much credit.
320-1130 is our phone number, the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Text us on the Bayou Bellways Trash text line. Oh, boy.
I've been waiting for it since we said we can't play commercials and we're playing music. Freebird!
I had Freebird queued up long ago. I really did.
I'm really almost offended it took over an hour, to be honest.
Play some Rat!
Like only bands with like 90-second songs. No, guys. We
could find some the Minutemen, a little punk rock out of the 80s. Their songs are literally about 1:12, 1:15.
And I got it, Evita. What? 16 minutes.
He's like, will these guys ever get into the song? They're just playing chopsticks on there. That's going to be the next rock anthem. Someone's just playing chopsticks with a bass line behind it. Bayou Bellways Trash text line, 489-7453.
Rusty Shackelford says, I will be using the DVD player this weekend. I just ordered The Last Starfighter and He-Man Masters of the Universe from Amazon. I'm assuming the cartoon, like the television series, not the movie with Dolph Lundgren, Masters of the Universe.
Just watch it on a stream. Get it digital.
They're not all available, though.
I bet they are.
They're really not, I promise you. Like, not everything is, because I'll go looking for stuff, and it's either not on there because well, I'm looking for it, so yes, I do. But it's in between, like, sometimes you'll find that they're in between contracts, like their Netflix run just ended and their Hulu run hasn't started until, later, or like Disney's pulled all their stuff off of, or they're about to pull all their stuff off every streaming service because they're starting their own, but theirs doesn't begin until the fall. So there's gonna be a gap of time.
Last Starfighter is available on Amazon, Vudu, PlayStation.
I don't want Vudu. Look, you want to download Vudu? You've already broken all the computers up here. Now you want Vudu?
I think we've got Vudu.
That's the Walmart deal.
Something like that. We use it, but I know it's on an app.
I've used that for my classroom before.
But you can get it on the PlayStation or Amazon. There you go. And you can watch it now.
Now, Tim, I also want you to think about people such as Rogers.
Yes.
Who aren't using
They've got Netflix.
You've got Netflix.
Red uses Netflix. Yeah.
I see that. I think the person that lives in my house has Netflix.
Right.
He doesn't know.
If the Astros played on Netflix, he would watch it.
Because I think this weekend we watched the new Bonnie and Clyde thing.
Oh, the Highwayman.
With Costner.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We watched, is that Netflix? Okay, because she was flipped. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Very interesting movie because it's all perspective from everybody but Bonnie and Clyde. Right. It's like you're watching them.
Yeah.
And you don't even get to see their faces till they get killed at the end.
Yeah.
So
wait a minute. Bonnie and Clyde die at the end?
Yeah, I hate to tell you that. They get nicked by a bullet or two. Yeah. Just barely. They barely, like one shot and they fall out.
Died of pneumonia.
Yeah. They don't jump all around.
It doesn't end well.
Yeah, it doesn't end well. No. But it's shot from, like, people looking at them. Like when Bonnie and Clyde killed a state trooper in the middle of the road, they showed it from an old man's house watching it from that view. And it was all from Costner and Woody Harrelson's perspective. And you never really, Bonnie and Clyde weren't in a bank. All right, everybody, it's a stick up. You never went there. It was all around the situation, which I thought was very good angle.
Way to do it. See, this is a guy excited about something
I did. And it was nice.
Someone else pulled up on the TV.
And it was nice to see all the Texas locations, Arkansas, Louisiana. That was fun, too. You're like, hey, I know that place.
Very true.
I've driven down that road.
And the same can be said for The Last Starfighter, also shot in Louisiana.
Yes.
Bayou Bellway's Trash Text Line, 489-7453.
Showtime, Bold as Love by Hendrix.
We could play a little Hendrix.
Absolutely. A little Voodoo Child, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Got the Hulk Hogan's theme song, yeah, absolutely. But make that happen. 318 says Bad Street. That's the wrestling thing from the 80s where they were definitely trying to do the rock star. Michael P.S. Hayes was trying to be a rock star. It's like, you're a wrestler, sir. Please go
stay in the wrestling lane.
It's awesome, though. I mean, it's awesomely bad, but it's yeah. Fantastic.
So far, that's the worst request we've heard.
The Fabulous Freebirds. Maybe that's why you thought of that. Paco Bling, I want to resubmit Radio Gaga by Queen instead of Don't Stop Me Now. Thank you very much. Here's a joke about Fletcher and sauces we won't read on the air. But
what?
318 says Fat Bottom Girls. Can't go wrong there. That's a good one.
You know, that was Roger's nickname in high school.
So that one wasn't your. That one wasn't yours. You're passing that one to somebody else, are you?
His Milby days.
Zeke says, "Are we going to run text commercials today? If so, how much?"
Who said that?
Zeke.
That's pretty funny.
318 also has a lot of Skinnerd requests this morning. Ballad of Curtis Lowe.
Curtis Lowe's a good song.
It is. Can't go wrong there either. 318 House of the Rising Sun. We did that one.
We've already done our one animal song.
Yeah, it's Burned Alive. Needy Williams, I just watched the movie The Dirt on Netflix. It's about Motley Crue. Have you seen it? What are your thoughts? I have not watched that yet.
I've heard it was a tame version, that the book was tame and the movie was tamer than the book it was based on.
I've seen a wide range of review, like
Yeah.
from very bad to very good to okay, not but
I heard a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, the
is
guy Machine Gun Kelly that plays Tommy Lee. I heard
Yeah.
one person say the movie was just okay, but he apparently it might have been Puff actually. I think Puff might have posted that it was his portrayal of Tommy Lee was very good. Good in that, maybe not another video, but Johnny C. Thanks, Rogers. I was going to watch that tonight. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde died. Don't let that stop you.
Some people, you can tell people listen every day because they're throwing out the songs that we play all the time.
Right.
Showtime, Eastbound and Down by Jerry Reed. Czar, Mall of Voodoo, Mexican Radio. And I think 318 is on to something here. I think this is definitely the way to go, Rogers. Party All the Time by Eddie Murphy. See, you get the full Eddie Murphy effect with the video.
Not
you get this
one.
You,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Quiet over there. You get to see Rick James in the booth. You get to see him working his magic, working the levers back there, pushing the levels up and down. It's so good.
What are the 5 fingers say in the face?
Unity.
So far, there has not been a musical request for a song that has been produced and sang in the 21st century.
The good part about that, new songs. Ugh. We can now get into some of the songs that we like, though, that aren't in our system.
True.
We can go, a lot of first wave tunes.
Yeah.
That's
what I'm saying.
We can do this. As a matter of fact, can we never have the computers just need to be broken all the time? Rogers, we got a bigger selection on YouTube.
Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. Blowing and going on this lovely day. We have no commercials recorded that can play because of a ransomware attack, but we do certainly want to thank our wonderful sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, the fine folks over at Walk-On's Bistro and Bar. What's the baseball schedule for today? Because yesterday you could have literally sat down at Walk-On's at 1 o'clock and watched baseball all day.
I like that they're staggering those times.
I do too.
I don't know if it's an early season thing or what.
I don't either, but I loved the Monday afternoon games yesterday.
The earliest game today is at 5. There's a 5:35, a 5:40.
All right.
A computer freeze. Come on.
Well, it's freezing too. Good. Maybe that means, here we go.
So a couple of, 5:30, 5:40, and then the 6:05 starts after that.
Nothing wrong with that. Watch the Yankees and Tigers while you're having a little dinner tonight. Bryce Harper against his old squad, the Phillies and Nationals at 6:05. The Mets and Marlins, of course, the Astros and Rangers, 7:05 with Justin Verlander taking the pill to the hill. You got it done the opener. Let's see if we can get the Astros back on track here a little bit. Your beloved Royals play the Twins tonight.
Top of the division clash at the K.
The Cubs are off today, but they get back to playing the Braves tomorrow and Thursday.
Well, they're still staggering those because people are still doing their home openers.
Right.
Because I was curious about – I know the Royals always play, opening day, and then they're off the next. So they're doing that for certain cities because the weather is still rough, this time of year for baseball. And so the Royals apparently always have that second day off in case they have to move the home opener to that day. So I guess that's what some of these other teams are still doing.
Probably so.
Yeah.
There is one unique matchup today. Why is the Orioles-Blue Jays a unique matchup?
Is it being played somewhere besides one of those two cities?
No.
Both mascots are birds?
There you go. Well, they're both their caps are not letters.
Oh.
It's a rare matchup of the non-lettered logos.
Where did you learn that from? You didn't come up with that just now.
I just came up with it. That's why I'm kind of iffy on if that's true or not. I mean, who else? Anybody else doesn't have?
Well, some teams have so many different hats now. You have to.
For their main logo, though, everybody else has the.
Yeah, I'm looking at the ones on the side here. I think that's probably right.
So there you go. And they're both two of the better logos out there. Orioles logo is timeless.
Oh, since they've gone back to that, yeah.
It's such a great logo. I love the Orioles.
Mm-hmm.
The Padres need to just make the swinging friar their logo. Go back to the tricolor caps.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the tri-blend with the white panel here, the brown and,
they're going back
gold.
to brown and yellow next year.
I thought they were this year.
Well, they're wearing it as an alternate. They're going to it full-time next year.
Okay.
Their full-time home jersey.
I could almost be a Padres. Yeah, they're still showing the blue there. I could almost be a Padres fan just based on their jerseys and uniforms.
They're hard to root against. It's the Padres.
Yeah.
They don't bother anybody. They're just out there.
Yeah.
Nice stadium.
Yeah. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. If you haven't heard, no commercial breaks today. We have musical interludes. We can't play commercials. So if you're listening and watching on Facebook, you'll hear silence because Mark Zuckerberg hates us. He hates these cans and he hates music. So he will kick us off if something happens, if we play too much music. So you'll hear silence during this portion of the program. We'll go to a little break there. Walk-On's Bistro and Bar, though, your home for incredible food, incredible. And I say incredible food. I really mean that for a sports bar or a restaurant. Just for, hey, I'm going to plunk down some money for someone to serve some food to me. It's that good. It's good because you're paying for it, and you're going to think, I paid for a very good meal. We went through a stretch last week where we were hitting a couple of spots, and I was like, ugh, holy moly. Nasty food. I mean, just horrible. That's the great thing about walk-ons. Man, you're going to plunk down the money, and you're going to say, I am full. This was fantastic. The beer was cold. Drinks were outstanding. The wait service, she was awesome.
Yeah.
And look, I got to watch all the games on TV. Walk-On's Bistro and Bar, supporting our show. Airline Drive, north of 220. And, of course, in Shreveport on Erie, just south of E70. We're taking your request for our musical interlude. We've got the Little League report coming up. I don't know if we'll be able to play the open or close.
We can just make sound effects.
Yeah. But we got the Little League report coming up right after this little interlude. We'll be back right after this getaway. Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. 7:28 is the time. Whoop, whoop. We are taking your requests on our all-music interlude breaks today, thanks to the ransomware attack that busted our limo, phones in our limos. But we're good. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. Roger Sampson, Adam Hester here with me as well, of course. So glad that they are here. Our little radio show brought to you by First Choice Personnel. First Choice, make First Choice your last call. Now, here's the deal about First Choice Personnel. A, they're locally owned and operated, family owned and operated, and they are working diligently to save you some headaches for all the employers out there who have had a difficult time filling some jobs. Telling you, there is a really well-established, family-owned and operated business right here in Northwest Louisiana that is looking for a full-time executive assistant. Get in touch with First Choice Personnel. They are also looking for welders, fabricators in Carthage, Texas. Get in touch with First Choice Personnel. And if you're an employer looking for employees, First Choice Personnel. 797-7810, 797-7810. Make First Choice your last call. Time now for Little League Report. So make some Little League, do we have, we're going to try it? Okay. Time now for the Shreveport Little League Report.
You're terrible, ref. Boo!
The Sports got a walk-off win versus the Pilots in 10 and under baseball yesterday after a rough start. Bennett Lewis pitched to Jim to keep the Sports going, held the Pilots at bay, down 6-4 in the bottom half of the third. The Sports put up 3 to win. Jude McGuire was equally impressive on the mound for the Pilots. And in 6 and under T-ball, the Coyotes. Rogers, you had money on these guys earlier this year, and it's paying off. They beat the Fairfield Bulldogs 17-11.
Getting it done.
The Coyotes jumped out to a big lead early off the bat of Andrew Merrick, who was 3 for 3 with 4 RBI. Stellar defense from Brax Restovich. The Bulldogs clawed back in it, but just came up short. Braden Procell kept him in the game as a stopper on the mound, and Liam Johnson was 2 for 2 with 3 RBI for the Bulldogs. Once again, the Coyotes beat the Fairfield Bulldogs 17-11. Andrew Merrick, 3 for 3 with 4 RBI. Brax Restovich was just a vacuum cleaner in the field. Braden Procell did all he could for his Bulldogs as a stopper on the mound, making those diving grabs, running down the base runners, and Liam Johnson at the plate, 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs. They say Liam Johnson has a swing so sweet that it turns water into iced tea. That's what I've heard. That's your Shreveport Little League Report. You're hitting my phone with a baseball bat.
Oh, this thing's been through war. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it was Pierce's phone for a while. Probably been in the toilet a few times.
Oh, good.
Bill, yeah, I hadn't washed it. Billy joins us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hello, Billy. What's going on?
Hey, Fletch, how you doing this morning?
I'm wonderful.
That's good. Look, hearing all the pundits yesterday, what is your take, you and Adam's take, on the college basketball, the 4 teams? It's almost like, well, it's not Kentucky, it's not Duke, it's not Kansas, and it's not North Carolina, so they must be bad. And since they have no people that next year is in the top 5 pick of the NBA, then they got to be bad basketball teams because they have no stars. I mean, what do we have to have pro people in college for college basketball to be good. You know what I'm trying to say? I know all these kids are going to play pros in the future, but do you have to tell me that this guy is going to be the greatest, pro player that there is for me not to like him in college? Do you understand what I'm
I think there is
getting
a
at?
segment of the population, Billy, that's a kind of a prerequisite. Like, if I'm going to watch this, I'm going to watch it because I want to know who's going to be the next big studs in the NBA. And then you have people like Tim Brando, who is one of the bigger proponents of just enjoy this for what it is. It's college basketball. It's really great. It's fun. It's a well-coached game. Kids are laying it all on the line, so just enjoy it for what it is. So... And I tend to be more on the Timmy B side of things, greatly actually, than, boy, I wonder what this guy's going to look like in a Hawks uniform.
Yeah.
I could care less about that. But you're right, as far as the star power, Billy, you have to go down to DeAndre Hunter of Virginia as really the only guy, maybe the Jarrett Culver of Texas Tech, as being the only two guys that are still playing that are getting any kind of buzz for lottery status or top 15 pick. Ty Jerome of Virginia is more than likely going to be a first-round pick as well. So there may be just three guys that'll be playing this weekend and then on Monday for the national title who are kind of locks to be first-round picks. But that is not going to take away 1 ounce of the enjoyment for me. What about you?
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Fletch. When I'm sitting there and I'm watching a college football game and they tell me about this great freshman, the thing that I think in my head, they got this guy for 2 more years. I mean, I'm going to see this kid for a couple of more years. Now when I watch college basketball, and the only problem right now that I have with college basketball, all right, besides, what is AAU coaches, but the only problem that I have with college basketball right now is when I watch it, I never know if I'm going to see the same team next year because of them being one-and-doners. I believe if you could get rid of that, the talent might not be the same, but I can tell you I will never notice the precision of the basketball on the court. Well, I will never be able to tell the difference. If Zion Williamson had never played for Duke, I wouldn't care.
That's why you should enjoy this Final Four, Billy, because it is kids, chock full of kids who come back, who came back for their sophomore year, their junior years, some for their senior years, or their fifth-year senior, like the Goins kid.
And they're playing a kind of basketball. Can you imagine looking at somebody who's getting ready to play NBA and say, go play the defense like Texas Tech?
It's not going to happen.
That kid would laugh at that coach.
Well, but Jarrett Culver, all right, buddy. Jarrett Culver is playing for Texas Tech, and he is going to be perhaps a lottery pick.
I don't think we're laughing at the coach because, you don't want to play defense? I don't care how good you are. You sit over there.
Right. It's working for Chris Beard. Mm-hmm. Does it bother you that we're not going to get to see Kobe White, future Atlanta Hawk, in North Carolina, take the floor on Saturday?
If we're talking the long term, the entire season, when I used to love college basketball and it was my favorite sport, I wanted those guys to be around. If you're good enough to leave after your junior year, why? Yeah, go ahead. But just watching the Final Four and the national championship game, I don't care. If I'm going to tune in, I'm going to tune in. And because we're now toward the end. Everything matters. It's the Final Four. It's the national championship. I'm going to watch it. It doesn't matter who's playing in it. But now for the full season, I see what he's talking about.
Speaking of the NBA draft, I know I've got a lot of stuff on the NFL mock draft. Mm-hmm. The NBA mock draft still only lists Naz Reid as the only LSU Tiger selected in the first 2 rounds. So Tremont Waters still, according to NBADraft.net,
come on back.
Tremont Waters is not mentioned as one of the 60 kids selected. Naz Reid going 25th to Portland. That's not exactly take care of generations of family type money, the 25th pick.
No. See, and they can go and do all the combine stuff though, and still come back.
Tremont Waters did last year. He tested the water, didn't hire. As long as they don't hire an agent, they have to declare by April 21st whether or not they're going to enter the draft pool. And then I think there's the other cutoff is like May 18th, 20th, where they have to say, okay, I'm hiring an agent and I'm in, or I did not hire an agent. I've gotten my grades back. I'm coming back to the college basketball.
What was the rule change, though, about hiring agents? Remember?
Yeah.
Something happened back in the fall.
I don't know the exact wording of it, so
Gotcha.
You've got it. Enlighten us, please.
One of the biggest changes, including allowing high school basketball prospects deemed as elite to hire agents. The NCAA's Board of Governors and Division I Board of Directors say the player can hire the agent by July 1st before they're senior in high school.
Okay.
So that wouldn't apply to these guys.
So what happens if they hire an agent, some McDonald's All-American, and then they decide that, I mean, what's the point? Unless they're a year past their 18th, unless they're 19, they can't come into the league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that.
And as far as returning to school, hiring an agent has been commonly thought as a final step to declaring for the draft. While college players have had a deadline to withdraw their pro declaration, these new changes would allow those who went undrafted to return to school. I don't think there's an LSU fan out there that wouldn't love to have Tremont Waters back for another season.
And Nas Reed.
Sure.
Holy moly.
I think there's probably a better chance for Waters to come back. Maybe.
Yeah. I think that's a...
I'll take them both. Come on back.
Bayou Bellway's Trash Text Line, Tim Fletcher Show, 7:40 is the time right here on 1130 The Tiger. Just want to tell you guys that you can certainly support this show as well as all of our shows that we have, which includes Hanging with Hester from 1 to 3, Patrick Netherton Show 3 to 5, and Sports Talk with JJ and Bonsai Ben from 5 to 6 by supporting all of our sponsors. And that includes Rapolo's Insulation, 865-5113. Get that insulation job done the right way. The only way possible, to me, is to call Brian Rapolo. He's such a good dude. Free estimates. They've got a rebate program that could pay for up to 75% of the cost of your insulation through SWEPCO. It's going to save you so much money on your utility bills if you are properly insulated. It literally will pay for itself over a very short period of time. 865-5113.
Coach Neil May says that he's got one of the assistant coaches riding with him this morning who's requesting George Jones because Radio Gaga hurts his ears.
Little old possum, huh?
There you go.
What's a George Jones song that would appease Rogers Hampton?
He stopped loving her.
What is that? Oh, gosh.
I stopped playing him.
That's a biopic that needs to be made.
No doubt.
Yeah. Sir, you're
going to play a country song. What was that song? I'll tell you what was a good old country song that I liked. What year was this, Rogers?
Before 1999?
No, it was. And I'm talking about not the typical.
The Grand Tour. That's George Jones. If you like to take the Grand Tour.
Who's going to fill their shoes?
Yes, that's the one I was trying to think of. Yeah. Who's going to
This was 1987. Do we have Asleep at the Wheel, the House of Blue Lights?
We got everything. We got YouTube. We got it all.
I think that was the one that was, because that was right. Wait, no. When was I on Foxy 92?
That's a good
one. Do we have any Asleep at the Wheel? Oh, do we?
Can we have everything?
Does YouTube have,
it all?
At the Wheel?
Is there a certain song?
That's pretty good.
Route 66.
Route 66 is pretty good. That's the re-release of. I just liked that band back in the day. They're still making music now.
Mm-hmm.
Boogie Back to Texas. What do we have here? We're doing musical requests because we can't play commercials. And so when we take a break, we're going to play music.
Mm-hmm.
We'll turn off the music on Facebook because we don't want to lose our Facebook feed. Bayou Bellways Trash Text line while Rogers does some research there.
318 is requesting the metal version of Baby Shark.
Is there a metal version of Baby Shark?
I'm sure there is. There's metal versions of everything. So I'm sure that's the case. Reasonable Aggie Dad, I'd like to volunteer my services to deliver the briefcase full of cash to the appointed place at the appointed hour. That was at 7:18. 318 wants Silver and Black to pick the songs.
Oh.
Two Coats throws out Dockin.
Now, we know if Silver and Black picked it, it'd be that girl, that guitar virtuoso girl.
Right. He's a fan.
He is a fan.
318 wants, this is T-shirt winner guy. He wants Give Me the Prize by Queen.
I thought he was going to say, instead of give me 3 steps, give me T-shirts. Give me the prize, but that's very funny.
318, to quote Beavis and Butthead, Depeche Mode, French for We Are Wussies.
It's great marching music. Barnes says Little Guitars by Van Halen.
Oh, yeah, you definitely crank up Van Halen. It's not Gary Sharon, though.
And not Just a Gigolo by...
Life goes on without me.
God, so bad.
Beat him up. Kachu, so is the
bad.
bug that hit your computers the same one that hit the airlines?
I wonder.
Cyber terrorist. Okay, in order to bring the South to their knees, we attacked the airlines and the Fletcher Show. Rusty Shackelford. Besides the Astros old school orange, my favorite color combo was the Expos colors.
Yeah, I love the Columbia blue and red. It's good stuff, buddy.
That's a good one. With the royal blue in there, too, a little bit.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah. True on the outline.
Yeah. Trey Langford, Hammer to Fall from Live Aid. Basically, you just put Queen on the whole Live Aid thing, and you're good to go there. Doc Marvin, another middleman to get paid on behalf of the player to attend a school. Talking about the new agent rule.
Right.
C. Mac Izzle, a beer run for Rogers. 7:42, 3 minutes ago.
If the song lasts for 5 minutes or longer, trust me, Rogers has made his way to Daiquiri Express.
Basically, if one of those Pink Floyd songs comes on that after the title, like parentheses, parts 1 through 5, okay, all right.
Rogers is at the Pines Road Daiquiri Express, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Fist pump. Which one of you guys opened the attachment from the African Prince?
It was not me.
I'm not connected to.
I don't have a Town Square Media email
go.
address, so Rogers is the only
one that could have done it.
And Rogers ain't going to open anything.
No.
So it's not him.
No. Except for the beer freezer.
Exactly. Except for a can of whoop ass for that stupid neighbor he is.
That's right. George Jones' wife, Nancy, is from Mansfield.
Really?
That comes from Terry.
Is that his only wife? First wife? Eighth wife?
There has to be well more than one.
I would assume.
Yeah.
What country music star has ever been married to just one woman, except for my buddy Tim McGraw? How about that? I taught him well.
Let's see here. I think
you're welcome, McGraw.
Was there only one?
Really?
No. It's now.
My God!
The full list is here now. Okay. So Nancy was wife number 4. Of course, Tammy Wynette, yeah, but yeah, a few times up to bat for the possum.
Nancy Sepulveda.
Kid to wife ratio 4-4. That's pretty good.
That's splitting up the inheritance too many ways. Everybody gets a little bit of the old possum. No one had enough to take down the stinking billboard, though, after he died.
Ooh, yeah.
It's paid for. We're keeping it up in memoriam. I don't think that's how that works.
Going Crazy's got a college basketball selection and a musical request. He says, to make college basketball more interesting, start the tournament in February with all 300-plus teams in a round-robin format. Round-robin means you play everybody, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be kind of hard to
Which one is it that ULM was in, the CIT or the CBI?
Yes, and yes. It could have been either one.
College Insider.net tournament, right?
Because there's 4 tournaments now.
Yeah.
CBI, CIT.
I think the one they were in, the championship, is a 2 of 3 deal.
Yes, because they were in the championship just a couple of years ago. Right?
Yeah. So that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. He wants to hear "Video Killed the Radio Star."
The Buggles.
Yeah. First song on MTV. Johnny C has a request for David Allen Coe. He also says, "Do you know how long the Astros have on that AT&T TV deal? Really ready for them to be done with it."
I've got MLB.TV, and so I thought, I'm going to watch the Astros the other day, Sunday, on my iPad while we're watching something else. This game is blacked out in your area. Like, it's not on in my area.
Yeah, that's a big headache. And apparently you can pay $10 or $12 extra to see, like, you can pick basically one team, so you pick your in-market team.
For the MLB TV?
Yeah, and it's like an add-on or something. I was reading that
Is
the
it
other day.
$12 annually or $12 every stinking month?
I think it's just the one time. I don't know. I'd have to.
Because I get the Cubs games because they're not in the market.
The article is very confusing, so I'd have to go back and look at it.
Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
TV rights deals are confusing.
It's ridiculous that we still have blackout rules.
Yeah.
Kenny Rogers, the gambler from 318. Showtime says, "What about Little Red Corvette?" 832. Just let Fletch sing. Totally kidding. LOL.
I think he's being serious, and I think that was actually, I think you added the totally kidding, LOL.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, you typed it in.
Did I?
Yes.
That's not how
It's
texting
easy
works.
to do that.
Old man.
It's very easy to do that.
Needy
All you do is
Williams.
hit edit.
Play Don't Mess With My Tutu by Freddie somebody.
Mercury.
It's
No.
Freddie somebody.
Freddie, don't mess with my toot-toot. We were in a place the other day, a little hole-in-the-wall, little Creole place over in Greenwood. It was good food. But they played like 30 minutes of Zydeco music. And I told Allie, I said, every Zydeco song you can just throw in, don't mess with my toot-toot, fits in the lyrics. Just kind of slide it in.
Trying to pull up some info on the AT&T Astros situation here.
I think they're locked in for a while.
Yeah, probably so. Well, they just signed it this year. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, they're the Astros and Rockets pregame, postgame, all the insider stuff. Astros bases loaded. Julie Morales, Jeff Blum, Todd Callis. I enjoy AT&T. I think they do a really good job covering it.
Where do you get it? On cable?
It's just
or
part of
DirecTV?
my cable package. Yeah, it's part of my cable package.
Comcast Xfinity, right?
I think so, yes.
Is it part of a? Do you have to pay extra for like?
I don't think so.
So it's
Red's got the big box in the living room to do all the Netflix DVR, and then the other rooms have just the little small black box with a limited number of channels. And AT&T happens to be a part of the ones in the back bedroom.
Wow!
So it's part of our regular schedule that
in
we
HD
get.
and everything fills up the whole screen.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
Yes.
Trying to find some years on this deal, but not able to do so. Junebug, the Idiot, Business Time by Flight of the Conchords.
Oh, that's a great one, but I don't think we can play it. It's a great song.
Hog Hater, is it too early to play Neck?
I
think the answer is yes.
Yeah, if you got to think about it that long, it's yes.
I don't think we need any STBD going on right here.
War Eagle made it home from
STBD.
Kansas City. Never have I felt so safe in a city as I did this weekend. There were superheroes roaming the streets of KC all weekend long. That's true. I can vouch for that. There were a few of them walking around. Billy's nephew, Dwight Yoakam, 1,000 miles from nowhere, all caps.
See, I can handle Dwight Yoakam, Steve
love
Earle,
Dwight Yoakam.
Asleep at the Wheel.
Yeah.
I can handle just about anything from those.
No way. Why do you not like Garth Brooks?
Kind of a sellout.
Kind of a sellout is why you hate Garth Brooks.
Yeah. Kind of got a little too commercial. Yeah.
You just talked about how capitalism works and how it should benefit the college athletes.
Right.
Garth can't
I'm not
get a taste of
poo-pooing.
that.
I'm not poo-pooing Garth making money.
Just a taste.
I'm happy that he's made a lot of money. I just don't think like the old, the first couple of years of Garth were pretty good.
Wow.
Colin Baton Rouge is horrible.
It's not horrible. It might not be one of the favorites,
Rogers.
but it's not horrible.
I like the effect it has on people. I like that it gets people fired up at LSU. I think it's neat when you got us. But if I'm going to go with songs that fire people up, I think I'll take Virginia Tech and Enter Sandman as being a better anthem than Call 'em Baton Rouge.
Let's compare those two football programs.
Well, I'm just saying. I wish we could trade out anthems and still have the success that Coach O's having.
First of all, if you're going to do a pregame like production with fireworks and the run, Joker and the Thief by Wolfmother is the only song that you should ever be playing. Anyway, play that, Roger. Play it.
That's a pretty good one.
Johnny C wants to make it a party. We can make it a party and play all Cowboy Mouth.
Hey, that's true.
We could have like theme days.
We could play Seratones. Yeah. We could play T. Stew's band.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's some good music there.
Play Keyboard Cat. We can play anything we want. The entire internet is that our
We can play. I have found Baby Shark heavy metal.
Except for that. I don't think it's broken.
Let's see.
Just got to play it through Tim's mic. This is
yeah. No, I was going to see what it sounds like here.
I've never wanted malware to hit more in my life. Right the whole Baby Shark thing is just. Can we put that to bed? Can we? That's things that need to go away. There's top of the list right there. I just don't understand. AT&T 674 DirecTV. It's great.
2.4 million views of this, by the way.
Civilization is doomed.
Yeah.
It's cold this morning, so no, can't say that on the air. 318. They're coming to take me away. Ha ha. The song K-Tux used to play back in the day.
That's when they were changing formats.
Mm-hmm. The funny farm, my life is always good.
Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. Brought to you by the fine people at Brewer Quality Homes, the Brew Crew, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Your home for Cabco manufactured homes, Jessup manufactured homes. 40, 50, 60 bucks a square foot. Incredible service. Wonderful salespeople. Mitch, Dizzle. It's all there at 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. Yes. Sportswife says, hating on calling Baton Rouge? Go eat your flour cookies and swim in your jeans, Arkansas boy.
Ooh, you're going to be sleeping at the studio tonight.
I like cookies that are kind of dry, and I used to be ashamed of my legs as a kid, and I would swim in the city pool in my blue jeans. To kind of clarify, because my brother said my legs look like, I was like, they didn't say translucent because I wouldn't have understood the word.
Oh.
But like that I look like a carton of milk. My legs were so white.
That's a nice picture.
So I thought, well, I don't want anyone to see my legs. So I'd go to the city pool in my blue jeans and swim in my blue jeans as a 6-year-old.
Billy's nephew thinks you were embarrassed of something else below the waist.
Sir, that's never been an embarrassment. We're talking about my kneecaps?
Yes. Exactly. Rogers, check your phone.
320-1130. 320-1130. Is this Asleep at the Wheel? See, this
there
is good
you
stuff.
Go. Well, yeah, but that ain't on the radio.
No. But I'm telling you, there's good country music. This is good country music.
Of course there is. I'm not arguing that. It's just all old.
Yes. We will return on 11:30 The Tiger right after this. Lane Burroughs, head baseball coach for Louisiana Tech, coming up next.
was coming from him out of the back when I started to gain on that Cadillac. Well, I knew I could catch him and I thought I could pass, but don't you know by then it would be low on gas. They had flames come from out of the side. You can feel tense, man. What a ride. I said, look out, boys, I got a license to fly. And that caddy pulled over and let us by.
And welcome back, everybody. 11:30, the Tiger Tim Fletcher Show. Straight up, 8 o'clock on a beautiful $2 Taco Tuesday from Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. $2 tacos at Jimmy V's all day long. Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Taking care of business, buddy. Old Minden Road right next to I-20. It's also Tech Tuesday, presented by Chevyland. And joining us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, your head coach of the Red Hot Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, it's Lane Burrows. Hey, Coach, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man? Red hot, I like that.
Dude, when you get a sweep, that's what you do, buddy. You get the brooms out, you get to be red hot.
That's right. We like it. Let's keep it going.
No doubt about it. Taking advantage of those home games here. If you could kind of assess the weekend series, you've had time to kind of chew it up, spit it out a little bit, taking care of business against a team that you wanted to win, you wanted to beat, should have beaten, doggone it. You went out there and did it in all kind of different ways, didn't you?
Well, I tell you what, it was a crazy weekend. We started out Friday night, 3-2 ball game, and in the ninth inning, they get a guy on third, and Chris Clayton had two of the best blocks from a catcher I've ever seen, and then we end the ball game on a strikeout. He looks the guy back, throws at first, get him out, and the guy from third breaks, and he picks the ball. Wasn't a great throw, tags him out, and that's how the game ended. But and then obviously Saturday, he got behind and gave up the lead and had to come back, score two in the ninth to walk them off. Just proud of our guys. We talk about Tim and our program always being waves crashing on the shore. We never stop, and I think we showed that on Saturday, and then Sunday, just phenomenal. Held on and needed that sweep. And I told our guys that Pete Rose once said he's the all-time hits leader because if he got two, he wanted three. If he got three, he wanted four. If he got four, he wanted five. Never satisfied. And you can't be satisfied with just winning a series, and every game's so important. And so proud of our guys for going out there and competing at a high level, and good to see David Leal back on the mound. I know we'll talk about that, and a lot of positives from the weekend. We won in different ways, and boy, every weekend such a battle. And UAB, I'm telling you, I told somebody they probably left here thinking they should have won the series and possibly swept us. That's how close the games were. And you feel like every weekend is the same, and you got to bring it. And very proud of our guys for getting that sweep. We needed it, and to be able to do it at home was even more special. You mentioned David Leal coming in and basically looking like the kid that you were accustomed to seeing. How refreshing was that? Man, I tell you what, he was in a safe situation, and Coach Silva, to his credit, he wanted to go with him. I was kind of reluctant. He's throwing one bullpen, and I watched the pen. He didn't miss a spot. It was really good. And I asked Chris Clayton, he was on deck, they were changing pitchers. I said, you think David's ready for this? He said, absolutely, get him out there. He strikes out the first two guys. He commanded all three pitches and gets a fly out, and he looked like the David Leal of old. And, very proud of him and keeping his arm in shape. Down there all the time, you see him throwing off his knee and getting his work in, and he obviously did his due diligence and mastering his craft, keeping his arm in shape. And that's a credit to him and Coach Silva. And to hear our crowd and our dugout when he stepped on the bump. And, Tim, we talk about moving our program to the next level. Well, our fans, they need to take it to the next level, too, and that means having knowledgeable fans and understanding the inner workings of our program and what this young man means to us. And, boy, I was anticipating when he stepped on the bump, and our fans just acknowledged him, gave him a great ovation. And that was special to me because that shows me they're locked in, they're paying attention, and they know what's going on. And it was just a special moment. And my heart rate was up a little bit, and because we need to win the ball game. But he threw that first ball in there for a strike, and he looked like David Leal of old. So it's good to have him back, that's for sure. Now, does this kind of set up for a gradual implementation of Leal from this point forward, or is he back the whole way? In other words, do you kind of still have a restrictor plate on him? Yeah, that's a good question, and he will probably start tomorrow night. He wants the ball. He wants to start, and Here's the deal with him. He had a broke foot and he had surgery, so the arm's in shape and it looks good, but he hadn't been able to do a lot of cardio, so I don't know what his stamina and can he navigate a lineup 3-4 times. We don't know that yet, but he wants the ball tomorrow night. We'll talk to him today at practice, see how he feels, and we have not named the starter, but if he can give us 2 to 3 innings, go through the lineup 1 or 2 times, and who knows, maybe he'll be in there on the weekend in a week or so, just gradually work himself back in. I don't think you can throw too much on him, but hey, I liked him. Smith couldn't go yesterday because he had pitched in Friday and Saturday, and boy, he looked good in that closer role. I mean, coming in and absolutely filling up the strike zone and with multiple pitches, and that's what you look for in a guy to come close the ball game out. And who knows? I think he will probably start tomorrow. We'll make that decision today and see how that goes tomorrow night. And then, if you can add that guy to your weekend or even the back end of your bullpen or midweek starter, it's a good addition, no doubt about it.
Who was the player last week for you that you felt like just gave you quality at bats through and through?
We had a bunch of them, but Mason Mallard is just, and Hunter Wells, those two guys. Taylor Young was on fire, but Hunter Wells finally back healthy with his oblique, where he can hit left-handed against right-handed pitching, and he looked healthy, and he looked sharp standing in there like his old self, so it was good to see him back 100%. And Mason Mallard just continues to assault the baseball. I mean, just absolutely. I think he's hitting 394, close to 400, leading our league. And there were situations on Saturday when we had to walk him off. I'm trying to bunt Hunter Wells. We get a runner on in the ninth, and he fouls 2 of them off and gets a base hit. And then I first and second, nobody out, and I bunt our best hitter. He fouls 2 of them off. Now he promptly hits a double. Shows how smart I am. Just let the guy swing the bat. But Mallard's feeling it right now, having some big at-bats, some big RBIs for us. And, man, he's just having a great senior year. Very proud of him.
Lane Burroughs joining us, head coach for Louisiana Tech, taking on McNeese State tomorrow. Right, today's Tuesday, right, Rogers? Yeah, tomorrow night. Continuing the big 8-game homestand here against McNeese State. Again, in the grand scheme of things, Lane, you want to win every game. I get that. Kids want to win every game. Fans want to win every game. But in the grand scheme of things, Conference USA games certainly weigh a lot more. I think, and of course, for all intents and purposes, the Conference USA tournament is going to be the biggest determining factor of what's going to take place in postseason play. With that said, you want to win tomorrow night. So what's the plan of action tomorrow night? You mentioned Leal going to be taking the pill to the hill tomorrow night. Do you have a plan of, let's get 3 innings from him, let's get 3 innings here, let's get 2 innings, let's go, I'm going to use 6 guys tomorrow night?
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance of that. I think the scoreboard dictates everything and the flow of the game and how he's feeling, how he looks. And I don't think we try to press him and go 2 or 3 times through the lineup. I think that's probably asking a little much. He's only been out there for 1 inning this year. But, yeah, you said it perfect. College baseball, every game's important. And, it's not professional baseball. This isn't the minor league where we're developing and allow a guy to go up there and strike out 40 times. And that's what, it's every game's important. You get 56 of them, and they're all important. And this time of year across the whole landscape, not just us, this is everybody in college baseball. When you start getting into the grind of your conference weekends, man, midweek games can be so tricky. And you exhaust so much emotion and so much energy on the weekends trying to get through your conference weekends, and they're so important, like you just said. And sometimes the midweek games are who's going to be the toughest team and who's going to come out with the most energy, and sometimes it's tough to muster that up. So, but in saying that, our guys get it. We got an older team, a lot of leadership. Those guys last week after that loss were not happy, and we didn't have to say much to them. We had another great day of practice and had a great weekend. So hopefully we can keep this momentum going, not only tomorrow night, but through the weekend. We got a tough San Antonio team coming in.
Speaking of, the league games, Lane, we're about, I guess, at the midway point, or pretty close to it. Are you a little surprised at the way the standings are kind of unfolding right now? Like, for instance, Western Kentucky, is that a little bit shocking to see a team who was struggling in the pre-conference ledger come through the way that they have here of late?
You know, it's all about confidence, and yeah, I would say probably a little surprised. But our game is so different, Tim, than any other sport. It's just, you know, they opened up conference play with UAB in at Western Kentucky. And UAB had been playing lights out, and Western had not. And Western sweeps them, and you know now they're rolling, and UAB seems to be reeling from it. It just there's so much. Every weekend takes on a life of its own. Every game does, and you know I like to say it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And you know what you're seeing right now can be totally different a month from now, or who's playing good. And but yeah, it's you go out every weekend, do your due diligence to try to win the series, and do your best in midweeks, but. Yeah, I would say there's some surprising things going on, and we're 3 weeks through it, and we got a lot more games left to play, so 21 more conference games remaining on the schedule, and I think a lot can happen in those 21 games.
Yeah, like Western Kentucky has played 3 of the bottom 4 teams in the standings for the conference. When you mentioned beating UAB, that was on the heels of a 7-game losing streak, so it is.
That's right.
It's kind of insane how that happens. When you look at the way things are shaking up, though, with, you know, are you happy with where you are as far as where your RPI is? You know, do you feel like you're being fairly judged?
Well, I don't look at RPI, so I don't know where we are. I make it a point not to pay attention to it, and there's really nothing you can control except go out and win the games that are on your schedule. And you know, I think we've had some good wins. Obviously, we beat a good Arkansas team on the road, and we've probably had some tough losses. And you said it perfect earlier. I mean, the league has to be better. And you know, I know 3 years ago it was a 4-team league. Last 2 years been a 2-team league. So that puts ultimate importance on your conference tournament. And man, that's just added pressure when you go into that tournament, knowing you got to win it rather than win a couple of games. And yeah, I'm not sure where we are, and I make it a point not to pay attention, and people tell me a lot, but I think you take care of your business, you win the ball games that are in front of you, and play a good schedule, and everything will take care of itself after that.
The Bulldogs, coming off a 3-game sweep at home of UAB, take on McNeese State tomorrow night at J.C. Love Field at Pat Patterson Park. The Love Shack with Texas San Antonio coming in after that, and then it's just kind of crazy. You look at you're like, whoa, wait a minute, there's only 5 more, 6 more. Wow. This season is flying by. It is absolutely crazy. And the Bulldogs are a team that a lot of people certainly expected to be challenging for the Conference USA title at the beginning of the season. And there's a pretty safe bet that they will be there in the mix when all is said and done at the end of the season, because right now they are just 3 games behind Florida Atlantic with a whole lot of baseball to be played, including tomorrow night. Lane Burroughs and the Bulldogs, McNeese State. Beautiful park, great time. The weather, by the way, is going to be absolutely picture perfect, not only tomorrow night, but throughout the weekend, because I think the rain comes in on Thursday and should move out maybe by Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday is supposed to be kind of nice. So good baseball weather, great baseball park, fine baseball team, a lot of local kids on there, of course, and you got Lane Burroughs. What more do you want? Bulldog baseball this weekend.
Yeah, awesome, guys. I appreciate you having me on. We invite all our fans to come out. Like you said, time's running out, man. It's crazy to think we're at that point of the year, but you're running out of chances to see us play. So get out there to the Love Shack.
There we go. Lane Burroughs, thanks for your time, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Lane Burroughs, your head coach of the Louisiana Tech Bulldog. Cage. Adam, you're getting ready to depart.
I am.
What do you got to say for yourself? How do you defend your honor and your actions today?
Defend my honor and my actions. Well, Chris Gronkowski just started following our Twitter account. That's the more famous Gronk's brother. I don't know how that happened, but sure.
How many followers does he have?
He has 88,000.
How many is he following?
64,000.
There you go.
Yeah. Cool while it lasted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're not going to follow back.
No.
No.
Because I ain't no follow back girl.
No, absolutely not. Rogers, don't play that.
Ain't no follow back girl. Ain't no follow back girl.
You can get tickets for the Yankees-Tigers game tonight for as low as $4.
Really?
Wow.
There were a lot of empty seats at the Astros-Rangers game last night.
There were. The weekday games are always hard, I guess.
Did you see, before you get out of here, the Orioles last night, David Hess, no-hitter through 7, and they pulled him?
What was their reasoning? Pitch count?
Pitch count.
No, I get it. Hasn't that happened somewhat recently?
All right, so how many pitches do you think you've thrown?
Based off how you put that to me, I'm going to guess fewer than maybe I'm thinking. So
What would be a normal number where you're like, all right, I need to get this guy out of here early in the season?
I think triple digits is always kind of
all right. 82 pitches.
Well, that's not very many. Was he coming into the game kind of limited, coming back from injury, something like that?
He pitched 42 pitches on opening day in relief.
Okay.
Didn't want him to have 150 pitches in the span of 4 days. Meanwhile, old Hoss Rathborn is rolling over in his grave. Nolan Ryan is like, he didn't want to throw how many pitches in what?
A different day and age, that's for sure.
I threw 150 pitches on my warm-up day.
Yes. Your
By
warm-ups.
the way, the kid they brought in, Pedro Araujo, walked the first batter that he faced, next guy 2-run home run.
They go back into the locker room after the game.
Yes.
Why is everything torn up? It's like some lockers have been destroyed here. What happened?
It would really be hard for me to be pulled from a game with a no-hitter intact. You just don't have those opportunities every day.
Why is the manager coming
Why is he
out
coming
of
out
the
here?
dugout?
Is there some... He
just want to tell me good job?
Is my wife pregnant? Got something on my face?
No, I'm good. You can stay. Wait, what?
You're pulling me. Okay. Oh, okay, I get it. April Fools. All right, I got you. That's good. That's pretty funny. By the way, last time we went and ate somewhere with Allie's sister and fiance, and Allie and her family like to do April Fool's jokes.
Yeah, I noticed.
Oh, yeah, she's trying to get you.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. But we're walking through this little grassy area to the parking lot, and I had not thought anything about it. And Allie said something like, and I didn't hear because I was kind of starting to break away to go to the truck. And she did something like, oh my gosh, it's a snake, or there's a snake. And her sister screams bloody murder, takes off running, but couldn't quite catch up to the fiance, Robert, who I said looked like a drum major at halftime, the way he was high-stepping his way out of there, leaning back, kicking his legs up, and he was gone. Like George Costanza when the apartment caught fire. Women and children, get out of the way. There's a snake, and I am not going to be. You know who gets bit? The one who's left behind. The slow one gets bit. He was gone. And I turned, and I was like, what? I heard Stacy scream. And then I looked, and I saw Robert go poof, 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 like high kick. And I'm like, what the heck just happened? I thought maybe they stepped in a hole. Yeah. The kids try to get Allie with April Fool's stuff. Pierce sent an email, like a screenshot of an email. I don't know how to tell you this, but I got a woman pregnant.
Oh, that's always good.
And so then he followed it up with a text of, wrong person to email or wrong text. And she's like, oh, good gosh.
You have failed me for the worst time.
It's the worst one ever. Caroline told her boyfriend that she got a job at Berkeley in research and that it was too good of an opportunity to pass up, that she and her professor, Young Chan, were going off to Berkeley because they needed him now. It's going to be a $40,000 stipend, but because of the stipend, they'd be able to see each other more. And she goes, he almost cried. Talk about her boyfriend. April Fools.
What's going on over there? He was crying for joy. Yeah. I didn't know how to do this, but you've done it for me. How many relationships have come to an end because of just badly played April Fool's jokes? Well, it's funny you say that. I guess it's something I got to get off my chest. Wait, what?
What? I was April Fooling. All right, you're out of here?
I am, sir. I'm digging this music. I don't think computers ever come
This is good.
We just have to have our sponsors record YouTube spots.
Right.
And then we can pull them off. You know?
It's not a bad idea.
All right, boys. See you Thursday.
See you, Adam. Huh? Why won't you be here tomorrow?
American History Day.
Oh, it's American History Day. American History X. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger, brought to you by Northwestern State University, bringing you Four Comes Friday, every single Friday. Northwestern State, boy, that's a great place to be. If you got a kiddo heading off to school next year or the year after, make plans to go tour Natchitoches in Northwestern State University. It is, as they say, a game changer. We'll be back with Matt Yoder right after this.
I saw you this morning and thought that you might like to know. I receive your
Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show coming through you on this lovely Toad a la Taco Tuesday from Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. $2 Taco Tuesday, Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Our show, of course, brought to you by the fine folks over at Chevyland. Holy moly, have they got incredible deals going on right now at Chevyland. 2019 Equinox still up to 21% off. 9.5 acres of new cars and trucks to choose from. It's the selection is vast. The service is incredible. And, of course, you're dealing with a locally owned and operated, family owned and operated business. Holy cow. There's a lot to love. A lot to love about Chevyland. We care about you at Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, it's our old pal. You know him, you love him. It's Matt. Matt. Yoder! Are you still on vacation, Yoder?
I wish I could take an endless vacation, Tim, but unfortunately not. We're back at the salt mines here in Columbus.
Working back in the salt mines. TheComeback.com, Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan, Matt Yoder. So what was the thing that you enjoyed most about your vacation other than not working?
Well, that's always a plus, Tim. But, the missus and I just love to get out in nature, do some hiking, get up in the mountains, enjoy God's country. So, in spite of the back-breaking hike that my wife led me on, which, thank goodness for the hot tub after that. I felt like, Drew Brees going through an NFL game. You need that hot tub after a 5-6 mile mountain hike. But just enjoy being out in nature, Tim, being one with creation. It's very centering place for me. Then I get to come back and fill my head with what Stephen A. Smith is saying, and then I wish I could go back into nature and be at that peaceful place. So sometimes it's nice to get away from the noise, I think.
When we look at the team that we both share an affinity for, the New Orleans Saints, there's still a couple of guys that were on the Saints roster last year that are free agents that have not been signed yet. P.J. Williams and Tyler Davison among the two, or two are among the ones. And it seems like they both play a position that is kind of a need right now. Your thoughts on possibly bringing a couple of fellas back into the fold?
Tim, it's one of those things. I think Tyler Davison especially, it kind of looks like the Saints have found their guys to fill that spot with. Malcolm Brown coming in. Mario Edwards can play inside, outside. P.J. Williams is interesting because for as polarizing as his career has been here in New Orleans, I think he was playing some of his best football that he's ever played for the Saints in some spots last season. Now, I know you're getting Patrick Robinson back from injury, so maybe that's one of the reasons why the Saints maybe aren't rushing to make that re-signing. But it is interesting to me that now that, Tim, we're kind of in that second, third wave of free agency, you might see some guys like this. I remember Kenny Vaccaro a couple years ago. It took months for him to sign, which seemed kind of weird, before I think he ended up finally going to Tennessee. So I think the guys that are left now in this stage of free agency, fortunately for them, may be waiting a while to see what spots might open up. Maybe that's with the Saints. Who knows? I don't think the door would necessarily be shut to either guy because we have seen them produce over the years. But right now, I would think if the Saints are looking at those position groups, they probably feel pretty good about where they are and feel like the moves have been made either this offseason or previous offseasons, and now they're getting guys back due to injury.
Does it say anything about the Saints' available free agents? They're unsigned players that only Manti Te'o and Jermon Bushrod are the only two that have reportedly had visits with other teams. In other words, the other 11 guys, I think, Tyler Davison, P.J. Williams, Josh Laribas, Michael Humana-Wana-Wana-Wanu, Josh Robinson, Jay Bromley, Des Bryant, Kurt Coleman, Daniel Lasco, Tyron Walker, and Ricky Jefferson. Nobody seems interested in those guys. Is this an opportunity for the Saints maybe to bulk up the roster on the cheap by more than a handful of these guys coming back in?
Well, Tim, with the Saints, it's always fascinating. In spite of their limited draft class this year, you just know every single year there's going to be at least 1 to 3 guys undrafted that are going to make this 53-man roster. And when you look at it, Tim, those spots, 46 to 53, those first several spots in the practice squad, there is that constant churn in the NFL. And I think this is life kind of at the tail end of the NFL roster that you have guys let go. You may see them back on a practice squad Sunday. You may see them sign, week to week, depending on what injuries happen. I mean, how many times last year did J.T. Barrett get on and off the practice squad with this team? It seemed like every week his status was changing. So I think some of that is just life in the NFL and knowing that there is always going to be a constant new crop of guys coming in. And if the Saints' track record is anything to go by, we know that there's going to be a few guys that are unexpected that will make this roster out of camp this coming fall, in spite of the fact that the Saints have limited draft options. We even saw it last year when undrafted guys were making the roster ahead of even a fourth-round draft pick. I think Rick Leonard, the tackle from Florida State, was a fourth-rounder, didn't even make the team. So that's the kind of competition that exists, Tim, in this world of the NFL. And when you're fighting for those last roster spots, pretty much anything can happen.
I see where the a lot of mock drafts are certainly floating around out there. We're 4 visits away from basically recapping the NFL draft. You know, that's 4 visits away for you and I before we're talking about what happened in the NFL draft.
Only 4, Tim. Wow.
Only 4. So it will be here before
right around
you
the
know
corner.
it. Yes, it is. It's crazy how the year kind of keeps on ticking like this. And I saw it yesterday. They say Deebo Samuel, the wide receiver from South Carolina, as maybe a fit for the Saints. And Adam and Rogers and I both kind of gave each other the dumb stare of, wait a minute. Wide receiver's not a problem. Tight end's not a problem. They just signed their starting tight end. Isn't offensive line where the Saints need to address, or the position that the position group that needs to be addressed when the draft rolls around? I mean, isn't it kind of a no-brainer?
Well, Tim, you know me. I've been banging the drum for these Ohio State wide receivers since February.
Oh, I know.
Since combine time. So, we just get more and more time with the draft so far out for me to share that Ohio State fandom and the love for these guys coming into the NFL. It was interesting, though, to see Sean Payton's comments at the owners' meetings about the wide receivers and specifically counting on Cam Meredith to kind of come back and Traquan Smith to step up and guys like Keith Kirkwood and Austin Carr to continue to grow. So to me, Sean Payton is a rarity in the NFL that he's actually a coach who's pretty much going to tell it like it is. And when he said interior line was, I don't think any of us saw Max Unger retiring, but he probably knew something at that point. So if Sean Payton is talking up his guys that he has in-house, that he expects to take a step forward and grow, maybe receiver isn't really a huge position of need for this team, even though I think the Saints could definitely find some good value there and find a contributor right away. So maybe, Tim, you do look at interior line, especially with the uncertainty around how Nick Easton is going to perform at center. If you look at Andrews Pete, what's his long-term future with this team? So maybe you might be right, Tim. That could be a spot that the Saints easily target with this first pick in the second round.
Matt Yoder, Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan, joining us here. You mentioned Sean Payton earlier. Peter King's column on Monday in his Football Morning in America mentioned the 2 kindred spirits celebrating the new rule in the NFL for the ability to challenge pass interference, defensive and offensive pass interference, and non-called defensive and offensive pass interference. Roger Goodell and Sean Payton sitting side by side, with Roger Goodell, after the vote was in, slapping Sean Payton on the thigh and saying, "Oh my, we did it." Since when did these two become kindred spirits, and is this a sign of the apocalypse in some way?
Well, add it to the list, Tim. I think it is a sign of something. It's funny. We were here last week this time talking about how it didn't look like the NFL was
That's
going
what Rogers
to
was
make any
saying.
big transformational changes. And suddenly, Sean Payton worked his magic, and somehow it was fascinating to read that Peter King story to see just how the momentum shifted and how folks came on board with this huge change to replay and this huge change to how the NFL is going to work. Now, I think I understand where both of these guys are coming from. Sean Payton, obviously, his team got very, very hurt by a huge missed call. And we all know that. We don't need to relive that again, even though we'll be reliving it probably dozens and dozens of years from now. So it's obvious to see why he would want to be on board with this. For Roger Goodell, Tim, it's amazing to me that Goodell is someone who always seems to be the last kind of to the party, you know. He was someone who was completely silent through this. Remember that week of the NFC Championship game? We didn't hear from the commissioner at all. He was silent. And yet now that there is momentum, now that there are people looking for this change, Goodell, I think, Tim, is coming on board because he sees this as a change and says, whew, hey, at least I won't be under the spotlight this time around. Or the next time this happens, people won't be blaming me. I think that's what he's celebrating, is that he can sink back into the shadow, work for these owners, make his millions without another call and another missed call coming to his desk and his office where he has to do something, or, as was the case back in January, not do something about it. So I think that's why Roger Goodell was happy with Sean Payton, because basically, Tim, it's not going to be his problem anymore. He can hand it over to the officials, hand it over to the replay, and not have to worry about being thrust into the spotlight where we have to be asking, why isn't Roger Goodell doing something about this?
Matt Yoder, as I mentioned, the draft is on its way. How much do you get into mock drafts, and why or why not?
Tim, I have been reading mock drafts since the time that I was using dial-up internet. You know, like, I mean, I've been reading mock drafts for almost decades now.
Yes.
But it's funny, you know, with the Saints with a second-round pick, I mean, you know, I might give a cursory glance just to see what's happening in the top 10, Kyler Murray, Nick Bosa at number 1. But when it comes to mock drafts, we actually did a study a few years ago at Awful Announcing and found that the best mock draft hit on maybe 8 first-round picks, maybe 10. So that's just the first round. With the Saints, you know, you read a mock draft and see who's my team targeting, what position groups, what players are going to be available. Mm-hmm. So for me, as a Saints fan, I look at these mock drafts and think, okay, the percentage of hitting on first-round picks is not very high. We know that. And it decreases the deeper you go in the draft. Obviously, you can kind of look at the first 3, first 5, maybe even first 10 picks and say, okay, this is how the dominoes are probably going to fall. But once you get into the teens, the 20s, even one team reaching for a guy 10, 12 picks early can completely change the landscape of the draft. So by the time you get to the late second round, Tim, it is a complete crapshoot with the mock draft. I mean, you might as well throw a dart, blindfold it, and try to hit the bullseye to see if you can get a second-round pick correct. So I haven't been as much into it this year simply because of the Saints' lack of action in this year's draft. But they are a favorite pastime. But I would say I would put mock draft definitely ahead of college recruiting in terms of, you know, weird football-related internet things that you just have to check out, even though you know there's a good likelihood that it's probably going to be wrong.
Weird football-related internet things you have to check on. I'm going to Google search that, and I don't know.
Yeah, I have a folder, Tim, in my bookmarks.
Yeah, we've been hit by ransomware here at the radio station, so I'm not going to Google anything.
It's college recruiting, Tim. It's mock drafts, and then it's Aaron Brooks highlights. Those are kind of the 3.
I get it. I got a curious question for you because obviously down here the college basketball wiretap deal that involved LSU's Will Wade certainly rubbed people the wrong way. A lot of people the wrong way, I should say, because it sure seemed to many like hypocrisy that Dick Vitale would go all in against Will Wade and LSU, yet champion Rick Pitino to have a job, champion Zion Williamson for bringing class back, and Duke bringing class back to the tournament when a lot of people said, well, Zion Williamson's dad is texting the Kansas coaching staff negotiating a price for his kid to go to Kansas, so he's as much a part of the federal investigation as anybody. And again, from a national perspective, but more from a different regional perspective. When you read all the stuff, Pat Forty, Pete Thamel, Wetzler, who else was it? Wetzel, Thamel, Forty, Walken, that kind of have gone all in and have, you know, interesting how these stories on Will Wade and LSU came out just at the right time at the beginning of the day of NCAA tournament player the day before the tournament, the day before the Sweet 16. And all this information that's being leaked to Pat Forty and Pete Thamel, it's only about Will Wade. So whoever the leaker is, seems like they've got an axe to grind against LSU, because certainly there are other coaches who most likely have been caught on wiretap. What's an Ohio State fan, a Columbus, Ohio native resident's perspective on all that?
Glad it's not us this time. I mean, Tim, when you read off this list of college sports media figures, those were the same names that were circling around Columbus just this past fall for the Urban Meyer debacle. So I think people in Columbus are looking at this thinking, you know what, it's someone else's time and the spotlight, because we've lived through that, obviously under greatly different circumstances. And, you know, as I've said many times with you, I think it's for the best that Urban Meyer has stepped aside, and now we can have a new day at Ohio State. See what I did there? New day, Ryan. Thank you. Sorry, that was terrible. But, you know, we've had that time in the spotlight. We've dealt with that scandal, and thankfully the program has come out on the other side of it. I think it's different in this case, Tim, just because, you know, the Urban Meyer thing was so unique, and a lot of that was brought on himself, that you look at LSU and you look at all of what is happening with college basketball. Now you've got Michael Avenatti involved in Nike, just this entire mess. And I think the thing that bothers people here at Ohio State, I won't compare it to Urban Meyer, but I think when you look back, remember the tattoo, quote-unquote, tattoo gate, tattoo scandal with Terrell Pryor and those guys? 11 Warriors, which is one of the top independent Ohio State websites, did an amazing article a few years ago that looked back on how everyone, Pat Forty, Thamel, Dennis Dodd of CBS, the usual suspects, basically thought that players trading in their awards, merchandise, what have you, for free tattoos was the downfall of Western civilization itself. Oh, the scandal. Oh, how these players are acting inappropriately, how Jim Tressel has lost complete control and needs to be flogged in the public square. I mean, you would have thought the world was ending because of free tattoos. And a couple of years later, you know, the payments about the Alabama guys come out, and it's basically swept on the rug and said, oh, well, you know, this is just how business is done. Times have changed, yada, yada, yada. And I think what got Ohio State fans at that time, and what gets LSU fans now, is the selective outrage and the selective punishment. And we are going to choose which school, which person, which case we're really going to get upset about. And the rest of it, well, you know, that's just how business is done. And I think that's the issue, and that's why LSU fans rightly should be upset over the coverage and over the punishment and the situation that they've gotten themselves in, because they see everyone else around them doing this without any accountability whatsoever, without any media coverage. They see Sean Miller at Arizona and the rest of these guys continuing unabated. And so the question then turns to, okay, why us? Why are we the one picked out? Same exact thing, Tim. Go back to Sean Payton and the Saints and the Bountygate scandal. I think everyone realizes that the Saints weren't the only team practicing something like that, yet they were the ones handpicked to make an example out of. I think that's what gets to you more than anything as a sports fan in this situation.
Matt Yoder, the People's Realtor, has texted in on the Bayou Bellways Trash text line, and we obviously this story has been told before on the air, but he does ask a question that maybe those who are new to the show or have not heard your genesis for your Saints fandom. He asked, how did Yoder become a Saints fan being in Ohio? Is he from the Gulf South? Is his father a Saints fan? So if you could, sir, please recount your journey to becoming a Saints fan.
Tim, there's no explanation for it. As long as I've been alive, I've been a Saints fan. Unless it was the color scheme, the logo, what have you. But when I was little, 2, 3, 4 years old, the Saints were always a team that I would gravitate to. So, I mean, ever since birth, Tim, and I've been an NFL fan for life, but ever since the time I can remember, the Saints were always my team of choice. I wasn't one to gravitate towards the local team and just do Cleveland or Cincinnati, and probably with good reason. But I fell into love for the Saints since childhood. So much so, Tim, that my mother, now this is good. This is back in the days before Amazon. So imagine in the early 1990s how someone in Ohio would get a hold of Saints stuff for their kid. Worked with a colleague who had relatives in the Mississippi area. She would have to go through her colleague's family in the Deep South, in the Gulf South, to try to get me Saint stuff for Christmas, for birthday, what have you. I mean, Tim, there's videotaping me opening presents as a 4-year-old, just beyond belief. Oh, man, Saint stuff for Christmas. This is so cool. So, Tim, I don't know what it was as a kid, but just ever since probably 3-4 years old, I have been a Saints fan. Loved Eric Martin. He was my favorite player.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby
Still in
Hebert,
your email address, right?
Yeah, that's my Twitter. You know, that's why you see the 84 on my Twitter and everywhere else. I mean, that's for my guy Eric Martin, and just loved those teams of the early 90s. Lived through the Mike Ditka, Ricky Williams era, survived Jim Haslett and Aaron Brooks, and finally got to enjoy reaching the top of the mountain with Sean Payton and Drew Brees. But it has been a lifelong journey.
He is Matt Yoder, thecomeback.com. It's your back, in the saddle again. What can we expect from thecomeback.com today, sir?
Tim, I love this. You have all these ballparks and MLB Stadium opening days upon us. First week, lots of new things at the ballpark. Most of them are these enormous ballpark food items that will give you a heart attack at your seat. But I did see this one from San Diego, which I thought was pretty cool. You know how Washington, D.C. has the President's Race that they do, and you race around, the diamond. The Reds have the Red Legs race where the different Reds mascots run around. This is pretty awesome. San Diego Petco Park now has an Anchorman race with the Channel 4 news team every home game at Petco Park, where people can race as Ron Burgundy or Champ Kind or the rest of them. I think that was a very, very good addition.
Still waiting for Brick Tamlin to carry the trident. Possibly.
That's got to be something you got to break that out July, August, maybe.
Yeah, the dog days. Once the lure of, hey, the Padres are they're back to being the Padres.
And who knows? Maybe they can get the real Tim Robbins to come in as the public news team. I think that would be a pretty nice twist as well.
Take a break from their fun drive to get involved in the skirmish. Policia! Policia!
Tim, I don't know if I'm proud to say or if I'm ashamed to say that I've still never seen Anchorman 2.
What? Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, holy moly. I've seen Anchorman like 10 times. I went to see Anchorman in the theater. We took the kiddo and one of her friends, and I brought one of my reporter's notebooks to write down quotes because I knew I would not remember them. And I was writing down in the dark quotes from the movie so that I could remember them when I got back to the television station. I know I'm going to love this movie, and I did. Holy moly.
But have you seen Anchorman 2, Tim? See, that's the thing.
I have seen Anchorman 2.
Because I don't know if I want to ruin the experience of Anchorman 1 because I did make the mistake of seeing the Dumb and Dumber sequel, and that just broke my heart.
Oh. That's a tough one to come back from right there.
Yeah, that was a tough pill to swallow. So I don't know. I kind of want to preserve that pristine memory of Anchorman 1 without Anchorman 2, perhaps.
Enter at your own risk. If you go in with absolutely no expectation, you'll be okay.
Okay.
All right.
It won't cause you to go into therapy like Caddyshack 2 or anything like that?
No. Meatballs 2, Caddyshack 2. No. European Vacation. There's
one of these summer weeks, Tim, when there's nothing on the Saints beat. We can just talk movie sequels because I've been told by my fellow writers for several years that the hottest take I've ever heard is my opinion that Major League 2 is a superior movie to Major League 1.
Oh,
I can give you a whole thesis on that later on in the dog days of summer.
We look forward to that one.
But yeah, that is my Skip Bayless hot take that I suppose I have to carry.
That
with me.
is a hot take and a half. Holy moly. And we will hear it in July with Matt Yoder of thecomeback.com. You now know again why he is Central Ohio's biggest Saints fan, all-around good dude, a man who is no longer on vacation but back at the salt mines. Thecomeback.com, awfulannouncing.com. Matt Yoder, always a pleasure, buddy.
Thank you, Tim. Always a pleasure.
8:50 is our time. Tim Fletcher Show, rocking and rolling, reeling and rocking, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, ran. Honey Baked Ham, your ham quarters for the holidays. Oh, have they got you covered. Honey Baked Ham, Southfield Shopping Center. You're going to want to absolutely, positively make sure that a Honey Baked Ham is on your table on Easter Sunday. Amazing. We love Honey Baked Ham, and I don't care who knows it. Your ham quarters for the holidays. Honey Baked Ham. Southfield Shopping Center, Southfield and Uri. Little Dandy Warhol action here to get us into the break, which once again is a musical interlude because ransomware has attacked us and taken care of all of our commercials. But we'll be back right after this little brief getaway.
Used to be friends, but I haven't thought of you lately at all. If ever again.
Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. We are making it through without our commercial breaks, but we certainly want to make sure that everybody who has been a part of our show and makes it all possible is thanked, and they are aware of just how much they mean to us, and that includes Cormier Family Dentistry. Went by there yesterday, Rogers. Yeah. Certainly enjoyed my time in the chair at Cormier Family Dentistry. Found out a lot about my teeth, and as in, I'm missing some. Adam and Tracy, who were, Dr. Adam Cormier. Tracy, logging the teeth as Adam was going through. Well, we're missing the premolars here, numbers 12 and 16. Premolars down here, numbers 22 and 26. Missing the incisor here. I'm like, what's going on here? Where are all my teeth? And he was like, what happened? I said, well, the way my orthodontist explained it, my head, I grew real fast. I had a big-time growth spurt. And so my jawline grew down. And it kind of squeezed in some areas of the jaw where teeth are supposed to be. And that's the way they explained it to me. And I said, I got a head shaped like a lima bean. And so, it's kind of, so there's no room. He was like, okay. But then, this is why I'm going to love the fact that the Cormiers are my family dentist. I had a good dentist before, good dude, but I just didn't ever go to the dentist. Then I had a friend of a friend who was a dentist, and I had some problems. I felt something was wrong, so went in there, and sure enough, my wisdom teeth were time to take them out. This dentist, not even going to say what gender they are because I don't want to brand anybody, but she was horrible. Oh, whoops. She basically used needle nose pliers to try to yank out my wisdom teeth. And she went both sides. I got one of them out, bruised my chin and my lips, busted my lip, because she was using my chin as a fulcrum for her to use as a propping point for her forearm to try to yank the wisdom teeth out of my head. Like was standing behind me. I'm laying down in a chair. She's standing behind me with her arm over my, like, coming down past my eye, my nose, like leaning against my nose with her arm and my chin, and using that to try to pop my wisdom teeth out. Not quite enough deadening agent was used in this process. And as I told Adam, I'm like, yeah, I know she took out wisdom teeth on both sides. So Adam Cormier yesterday, as he's going through my teeth, he goes, well, Tim? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you have 3 of your 4 wisdom teeth still in your head. I'm like, huh? He goes, yeah. Whatever she was doing on the other side, she didn't take out wisdom teeth. I'm like, huh? He goes, there's no other teeth missing, but she did not take out your wisdom tooth. I was like, well, she worked on it and told me that this one was out and this one was out. But this one is out, this one's not out. Like, how does that happen? And then when Tracy was doing like the x-ray, she goes, okay, if you'll bite down on this, she goes, where's the roof of your mouth? I was like, it's kind of up there. She stuck her thumb. She was like, holy cow. I said, yeah, it like goes up to the top of my skull. I am one of the weirdest human beings as far as things that are going on inside my body of anybody I know. Oh, but Cormier Family Dentistry, great people. Really did enjoy it. 868-4072, 868-4072, Cormier Family Dentistry. Couldn't do the show without great people, man. I'm telling you, Brewer Quality Homes, Bayou Bell Waste, thank you very much. Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram, Walk-Ons, Rotolo's Craft and Crust, the home of the Cauliflower Power Pizza, AccuTemp Cooling and Heating, First Choice Personnel, Sports World, your local uniform professionals. Thank you very much for making this show possible, especially when we're not able to play recorded commercials. So, yeah. You can call us, though, in the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, 320-1130, 320-1130. You can text us on the Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line, 318-489-7453, 318-489-7453. Bayou Bell Waste Trash text line, the parole officer going back to Yoder, so he's a genius then. He must have a very high IQ to just gravitate to the Saints from Ohio. Call him Rain Man Yoder. Larry, text in, what the hell is this music? My ears. Hi, Rail. Dang, messed up my whole day with him naming Aaron Brooks earlier. Going back to Allie's April Fool's joke on her sister and sister's brother-in-law. I would run over anyone in my path to get away from a snake. Just saying, so says Coop. Kachu going back to he ain't no follow back girl. He's just Timmy from the block. That is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Fist Pump says, Colin Baton Rouge is Bregman's walk-up song. There is a Cubby that's a former Tiger that they play Hey Fighting Tigers on the organ for, I understand. So, going back to Billy. Billy is worse than traffic on I-20, and this traffic is pretty bad. EH joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, straight up 9 o'clock, Shreveport, Louisiana, KWKH, 1130 The Tiger. What's up, EH?
Don't feel so bad about yourself, dude, because you do have super cholesterol.
I do have super cholesterol, and I don't have to eat, healthy food to maintain this super cholesterol.
I
can eat anything I want, and my
it's like a
cholesterol
death
is the same.
sentence. Trust me, dude. I know.
I mean, I can never have a heart attack with it.
I know. I'm like, I got to keep my stuff low, and I went off the reservation last night and had some peanut butter and a biscuit or something. Stuff spiked up. There's no fun. It's the no fun league.
You got high cholesterol, do you? That's right. You do have high cholesterol. What's your number?
Yeah, don't worry about molars or all that crap. I mean, you can go eat ding dongs right now and be fine.
What's your cholesterol number? Do you remember?
It's not good. Let's just say I'm hitting over the Mendoza line.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
trying to get it below the Mendoza line.
Oh, my. Ooh.
Yeah.
He's a 220 hitter.
Yeah. We do live in a very, what is the fattest state or the fattest city in the country? Or we're like number 2 or something?
That's the thing about it. The teeth that I do have are very healthy. I've got great cholesterol. Outside of a bone disease, when my bones are growing together and, either having a stroke or an aneurysm or whatever it was I had, I'm doing pretty good. Except I'm just real fat. I'm just a really fat guy, but I have good cholesterol. So I'm like, well, if I've got this great cholesterol, I don't want to waste it, by eating healthy and what's the point? I've got great cholesterol. I can eat unhealthy. And of course, by eating unhealthy, I just get fatter. So I think I'm just kind of doing the right thing.
You're fat and happy. Hey, I'm not going to mention his name. Well, no, he's probably not listening, but let's just say his first name starts with the F, and he likes to play tennis with us.
Does his last name, does it rhyme with Reddy?
What's that? Yeah. He's locked in a serious relationship, and he's putting on the pounds. So it's just, when you're getting, funny. So, when you're also, when you're happy, you put on weight. It's just, but listen, let's not worry about your perceived misery. Think about how Rogers is feeling right now, because he's like, his MO is just music, and it's killer. It's like us having to listen to whatever Cupcake was going to put on the rolls. And it's just, when you're on a roll and you're fired up, and all of a sudden it's like Jefferson Starship, some kind of crap. I like Jefferson Starship, but not for, a sports radio station when you're bringing it, And then, like the last couple songs, he's got to be over there. Like, I don't know if Roger smokes, but he's probably with Puff out there hitting it. These are job hazards, dude. Just think when the music comes back on, like his set that he's already got. I mean, think about the set that he's got lined up for when he can finally choose the song. It's going to be. I'm going to write it down like you wrote down for the Anchorman. I'm going to have it written down so I can put it on my playlist.
I am requesting one from Rogers right now that I guarantee you Rogers is going to say, yes, I approve.
Sausalito Summer Night?
No, that's not a bad one. I know Rogers likes this song. I know he does. Cause
Sausalito Summer Nights is your favorite song, right?
It's up there, man. Back in the 80s, I could drive around that Plymouth Horizon, Billy Mobile with the Spark-O-Matic thumping, buddy. Cruising around the Little League Park and the Babe Ruth Field. Older sisters, girlfriends, they all knew where to look. The mullet behind the Billy Mobile.
Hey, I wanted to talk about the AAF and stuff.
Ooh, today's the day, isn't it, where they may pull the plug?
Yeah. And, I know, and honestly, I do want some kind of minor league football, or if I want another football league to work, I just do. I think it's good for the sport. But, I mean, their model, is just jacked up. First of all, I don't even think, even if the XFL tries to do the same, the same season, I just think, after a long NFL season, there is you kind of tired. I mean, it's so anticlimactic to watch football after a Super Bowl, and it's just, I don't know. And then you got basketball and all the March Madness stuff. I mean, why won't they just, and I know if they're trying to compete or not or whatever, I don't know what they're trying to do. It looks like the NFL is not going to, and rightfully so, they're not going to let their practice squad players go play in the in the AAF, because
Right.
the Player Association is like, wait a minute, you go play there and you blow out your knee,
Right.
the NFL is like, dude, we're not keeping you on the roster. Forget it, buddy. You're gone. So it's like there's a no-win. And who cares if it's like Keith Kirkwood, his twin brother? I don't know. I mean, somebody you don't know. Oh my God, it's so much better now. There's an NFL practice squad player. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The Players Union is not going to sign off on this. It would be ludicrous for them to say that, oh, yeah, go ahead and use our players and let them get hurt, as you said. And according to the big financier, the guy who, saved the league already from its demise, has said without a working agreement with the NFL and the NFL Players Association, he's not going to go through with this. And so that tells me everything we need to know. He says they've got to have an agreement with the NFL and the Players Association. The Players Association says, hell no, it ain't happening. So basically the AAF is going to die either today or sometime before there's a season 2. And I don't understand why these people who start a league like this don't just grasp the idea of, here's our level of expectation. Let's make it nice and low. If we exceed it, if we become a hit in the spring and the cities that we have these franchises turn out 25,000 a game, max, that's about as good as I think you could possibly want. And we get coverage, we get free publicity from the local media, we get a TV deal where we're distributing our product on the national airwaves, and so we can get some sponsors that are getting commercials played from coast to coast. That's all we could hope for right now. Year 2, let's do the same thing, but just make it better. Year 3, let's add 2 more franchises. Year 4, let's bring in 2 more. Year 5, 6, and 7, that's when we start trying to work on a deal with the NFL. Hey, guys, we've shown you that we've got a great product. We've shown you that we take care of our players. We've shown you that people are coming to the games and they're buying into this. They're buying jerseys. They know the players by name. It's time now for us to forge this alliance where we're going to have 16 teams in this league, and every NFL team, 2 NFL teams get to basically have one team as their minor league team. Park some players there.
I don't understand the cost. Like, why does it cost so much dang money to have I mean, seriously. And maybe it's because the league is sharing. Like, there's no one owner. They're all the AAF. Everybody had or maybe that's the XFL. See, it's so confusing now because they're both competing against each other. But who knows? I mean, if you're a college football enthusiast, the last thing you want is having one of these minor league teams be successful, because then all of a sudden you're seeing the Lawrence kid out of Clemson and, some other guys are like, man, I'll play 5 games at when I'm a sophomore and make some scratch and then go to the NFL. I think to me, that's the only way the XFL can make it, is if they get some of these awesome college players that, look, we're not going to play 9 games or 10 games. We're going to play 5 or 6, and you know what? You can just segue right on the NFL, get your money. But even then, I mean, the agents are probably going to be like, dude, don't waste your time. You're going to get paid anyway, so don't risk getting hurt and stuff like that. So who knows, man? I mean, it's bring the Pirates back. I don't know. So, anyways, I have nothing else. I mean, it's basketball season. The Astros finally won a game, so I know Rogers is kind of quietly depressed, but they finally got on the stick. So things are looking up.
Season opener, 2-3. They've won 2 games. They won the season opener and then won yesterday. Verlander's pitching again today. He won the opener. Should even back up at 3-3. Korea's going to get better and better and better. The thing that is a little odd is that they seem to have all gone into a collective hitting slump. Everyone there. Springer hits the home run and Chirinos hits the double, and that's about it. So, they'll find their way through this thing. They according to 538, they are still 538.com still has the Astros with the and this is adjusted for games through tomorrow. They still have the Astros with the most wins in big league baseball this year. They project a 97-65 record, 83% chance to make the playoffs, 67% chance to win the division, 15% chance to win the World Series, which is number one in every category, except for winning the division. They've got the Dodgers and the Indians as a better lot for that. But they have the highest percentage chance to win the World Series. So, still not bad.
That's for losers, dude. Anyways, that's all I got.
All right, tell Fat Freddy we said hey. 9:10 the time. 10 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. According to Joseph Duarte of the Houston Chronicle, who covers the Houston Cougars, Kelvin Sampson close to finalizing a deal to remain the Houston Cougars head basketball coach. Well, Hogs, Chris Beard or bust. That's what I say. Chris Beard or bust. The SEC has become quite the coaches' league. Heck, coaches who can't even cut it in the SEC are getting good gigs. See where Mark Fox, the guy who was canned by Georgia, he's the new Cal coach. Oy. And apparently Vanderbilt is getting ready to hire Jerry Stackhouse. Nate Oakes, the kid out of the young man, the fella out of Buffalo, is the new coach at Alabama. There are a lot of reports that Buzz Williams is on the fence about leaving Virginia Tech for Texas A&M. That leaves Arkansas and possibly LSU as vacancies. Of those schools I just mentioned, only one has won a national basketball championship. Only one has probably made it to 3 Final Fours, and that would be the school in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Somebody get on the horn and make an offer where Chris Beard cannot refuse it. Throw Walton, Tyson, J.B. Hunt, and Jerry Jones money at Chris Beard of Texas Tech. And we'll all go celebrate at Cantina Laredo afterwards. Gourmet Mexican food. Beautiful afternoon today, by the way. Boy, what a great day for a little patio dining at Cantina Laredo, and it is absolutely patio time at Cantina Laredo in the shops at Belmead on Uri Drive. Incredible Mexican dishes. And I am telling you, from presentation to finalization, the meals are exquisite. And, of course, the great thing about Canteen Laredo and the shops at Belmead, how much they support local endeavors, okay? How much they support local schools, local projects, Canteen Laredo and the shops at Belmead. War Eagle text in on the Bayou Bellways Trash text line. Beware, Virginia. I'll be taking the lucky Auburn sweater vest to Minneapolis. Auburn's 3-0 when I wear it. Beat Bama in football in 2017. Beat North Carolina Friday. Beat Kentucky Sunday. Hashtag fear the vest. War Eagle. That's awesome. That is such a hideous sweater, but it is absolutely perfect. Underfaker says LSU has made 4 Final Fours. Is that right? 3? I thought it was 3. I thought it was 81, 06. LSU made 4 Final Fours? And happy birthday to Draco. Turning a smooth 57. Happy birthday, Draco, and roll tide. I told him I'd say roll tide for him. Ugh. So happy birthday, Draco, one of our favorite fellas out there who participated in our fantasy football this year. Good dude, big contributor, nice instigator, but also knows when to kind of tap the brakes. You know, I get it. That's good. Final 52-53. Okay. 80-81 with Dale Brown, 85-86 with Dale Brown, and 05-06. So 4 Final Fours. I forgot about the 1952-53 Tiger team. How could I? with Coach Rabenhorst. I don't know. I think it is. I think it is. I think that's it exactly. So I apologize to the Tiger fans. Okay, let's see. I forgot about Arkansas. In 44-45, made it to the Final Four. Eddie Sutton in 77-78, Nolan in 89-90, so that's 3. Obviously, the national championship, that's 4, and then finalists the next year, so 5. Arkansas, 5 Final Fours. Papa-tow, tata-pow. Calling Bay Fayetteville. Me. Johnny C. says, on my subject of cowboy mouth, let's not forget that Fred LeBlanc is a former Sports Talk guest. Awesome points. The Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by, every single day, Daiquiri Express, 5 locations serving you. Bailey's Fine Jewelers, East Texas in front of Pierre Bossier Mall. Locally owned and operated, 40-plus years in business. Chill and Hill. Make your body right. 798-4325. You deserve Chill and Hill. Seriously. 798-4325. Also brought to you by First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice your last call, 797-7810. And Swoop Stores, locally owned and operated on Industrial in Bossier City. You'll also find Swoop. Bert Coons off I-49. Incredible breakfast sandwiches. Little Donnie Iris for our musical interlude this time. Back after this.
Yeah, it's been a long time. You're such a sight. You're looking better than a body has a right to. Don't you know what?
Eugene Levy's love child. Doesn't he look like Eugene Levy? Barn appreciates a little Donnie Iris. We haven't played any Van Halen today, Rogers, so how about queuing up some Van Halen for our next break? Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30, the Tiger, 9:20. We have no commercials, recorded commercials to play because the station has been attacked by ransomware. And so we've been having to kind of float our own boat here. We're appreciative of you folks hanging out with us. Honey Baked Ham supporting our program, as is Chevyland. We care about you at Chevyland. Campers RV Center and Power Sports. The fun life starts where, Rogers? Here. Gibbsland Bank and Trust, the great banking team, 4.11% interest, 3 locations serving you. And, of course, Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com, your home of the 59-minute car deal. So Kelvin Sampson's locked up with Houston, apparently.
I had that feeling. Just because that would have been really, really disloyal on his part after everything Fertitta's given him to upgrade Hoffman's Pavilion. I mean, he's given him everything he's wanted. That would have been kind of slap in the face, I think, for him to walk away. And I think after what he's built and how he's built his coaching reputation back up a little, I think it was the best move for him. I mean, you were in the Sweet 16 with U of H.
Yeah.
You're going to go somewhere else and try to build a program that's down, and what if you don't?
Then you're going to be lamenting.
That's exactly right.
Like
yeah. So I think that he's in his final stop.
UCLA is not a better gig than Arkansas, in my opinion. And I know that apparently they made the run at Calipari, which Calipari turned into a lifetime contract with Kentucky. And the indicators are that Jamie Dixon of TCU is the target of UCLA, but heck, Jamie Dixon may be a better fit at Arkansas than he is at UCLA. I'm not saying
I'm with you on that. You're not saying he can't coach out in UCLA, but you're right. It might be a little easier path for him. That would be a good hire. Jamie Dixon's a good coach, man.
You know, these athletic directors like Yurkovich at Arkansas, who fires Mike Anderson, you better have your ideas of who to replace him with before you can somebody. We all know how Joe Oliva was raked over the coals for firing Les and then really not getting the guy that he wanted. Granted, I think you, me, and a lot of people are pretty happy.
Pretty pleased with how it turned out, yeah.
Shook out.
Right person, right place, I think.
Right. If you fire a guy like Mike Anderson who's a hit with the kids, he's doing a good job recruiting, moderate success, not Nolan success. Of course, he came from Nolan.
But came from that. No, yes, definitely.
You know, there's just there's a chance that you can start worming your way down toward oblivion if you don't make the right hire. War Eagle says, didn't you tell me I could be in a studio guest if Auburn beat Kansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky? I think we might have. Bring some recorded commercials with you. And a fan. Wouldn't be a bad idea. We all get one fan each. So keeping an eye on that. Something else, Roger Sampson, to keep an eye on.
Yes, sir.
Jerry Tillery.
Okay. What is the latest?
Evangel's Jerry Tillery out of Notre Dame. We have focused a lot of our pre-draft attention on Devin White and Greedy Williams for good reasons, Jalen Ferguson as well. I think that if you did a word cloud, that Devin's name would be the largest name on the list because he's probably been mentioned more, and then Greedy, and then Jalen, and then Jerry Tillery, followed by Donovan Wilson and, Pro Football Focus just came out with their top 50 big board for the draft. In other words, their top 50 prospects available in the NFL draft. Greedy Williams, Devin White certainly make the list of the top 50 prospects. Okay? By the way, Jalen Ferguson does not make their list of top 50 prospects. No. Nope. So, Rogers, Tillery, Greedy, Devin, where do you think they fall in the top 50 prospects for Pro Football Focus, who has looked at every snap, graded every play of their entire careers?
Probably Devin top 10, Greedy top 25, and then Tillery top 40, 45.
Devin, and this is not where they think they're going to be drafted. This is that they think these are the best players from 1 through 50. Devin White, number 12.
Okay.
No linebacker in college football had a higher grade in coverage than White's 91.6. His freakish athleticism suggests it was no fluke. That's good. Greedy Williams, number 9.
Ooh.
His sophomore campaign wasn't quite as dominant as his freshman season, but he still only allowed 27 of his 74 targets to be completed. Number 7 prospect in the NFL draft, Rogers, Jerry Tillery. Tillery tied Quinnen Williams for the highest pass rushing grade among interior defenders in college football. Tillery's sack totals don't tell the whole story, as he was dominant week in and week out. And they even have a special article on him. Jerry Tillery is an elite player, deserves a place in the top 10 conversation. How do you like that? Their top 10 players, by the way: Kyler Murray, Nick Bosa, Quinnen Williams, Jonah Williams, so back-to-back Crimson Tide, Josh Allen of Kentucky, Byron Murphy of Washington, the other cornerback, Tillery, Jeffrey Simmons, Mississippi State, Greedy Williams, Dwayne Haskins, Ed Oliver out of the Planet Houston, and Devin White at number 12. So I hear that, and then I go to, okay, I'll look at CBS Sports' most recent mock draft. What are you guys doing? You got Greedy Williams falling down to 27. Jerry Tillery at 26. But what tells me kind of a telltale deal here on all this, Rogers, is Devin White continues to soar up mock draft boards. CBS Sports has Devin White going 4th overall to the Raiders. They're right up. The Raiders pass on Quinnen Williams and take White, who fills a hole in the middle of their defense. He is one of the most dynamic players in the draft, a sideline-to-sideline thumper who will make life easier for both the front four and the secondary. I could live with Devin White being a Raider, and the way that they have the draft, he would be joined by Greedy Williams. How wild would that be if those two cats end up on the same team? Just for kicks and giggles, the CBS Sports mock draft has, let's see, where do they have the Cowboys taken? A trade with Oakland. Oh, that was the trade, wasn't it? The Amari Cooper deal. Yeah. So the 27th pick. They have Dallas in the second round taking Jay Sternberger. Didn't they draft a tight end last year? Aren't they getting Jason
Witten's back? And I don't think that guy's going to fall to the second round?
I don't think. To the 26th pick,
okay.
58th overall.
All right. first pick, I could see that if they.
Well, no. 26 pick in the second round.
Okay, that's what I was saying. I didn't see him fall into the second round, maybe, much less to deep in the second round.
I don't know.
Anybody evaluating tight end talent is going to grab that guy quicker than that.
Yeah, I would think so because the guy makes catches everywhere.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Kelsey of Kansas City, and
That's
that
a
he can
good
make
comparison.
almost every catch.
That's a really good comparison.
And got a nose for the end zone, man.
Yep.
There's something, call me nuts, but I believe that there are some guys who just know how to score better than others. Hello. The opposite of me in my NLU days. Hey, would you like to come inside my dorm room?
And you went to NL who?
Wait, you're going where?
Where?
You'd rather do what?
Huh?
Hey, I've got to live in the Pike House. You know, I've got my own bedroom here. Hello, come on. Where are you going? Why are you running? Swing and a miss for the young, lanky right-hander out of Monticello, Arkansas. That's strike 12 with no foul tips. He's thinking of giving up the game. Woo.
Oh, wait. He's just decided to meet the swimming team at the rope swing at Moon Lake. They can always be found there.
I did go out with a ski team girl one time.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
She asked me out to one of those things. How do you like them apples?
Wow.
No. She was pretty good looking.
Oh, no.
They were
national champions.
Yeah.
Consistently. Meanwhile, when you're skiing in a bayou full of alligators, I guess you get pretty dang fast.
You stay up.
You learn not to fall real quick.
The objective is not to go into the water.
Here comes the walking bridge. Wait a minute. Turn around.
Jane, stop this crazy thing.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, mock drafts. Jerry Tillery. It'll be very interesting. Think about what those guys are going through right now. Tillery, Greedy, Devin, Ferguson, who all could be called in the first round. All will be called by the end of the second round.
And that's this month, man. That's this month.
They're 4 weeks away.
We're here.
Their lives completely
change.
Their mothers' lives, their siblings, their children, their grandchildren, all going to change in less than 4 weeks. 9th, 16th, 20th, yeah. Wow. That's so cool for those guys. I mean, it really is. And I certainly hope that at some point, in addition to taking care of their families, just a little something, whether it's equipment, whether it's uniforms, whether it's helping out something, give a little love back to the high school coaches and the high school that helped make you who you are. You know, Shun Brown and Greedy with Calvary, Tillery with Evangel, Devin, obviously, with North Webster, Donovan Wilson with Woodlawn. A lot of guys, Mo and, heck, Ronnie Prude back in the day, have done some nice things for their alma maters. Certainly hope it kind of keeps going with these guys. Now, remember, our little show today, we've had no recorded commercial break. So on Facebook, you're hearing nothing. Because if you hear the music that we play, Facebook hears it. Mark Zuckerberg blows a gasket and threatens to sue us. So you're hearing dead silence. But since we have no recorded commercials, we'll give you a little music here. Now, there is a request from Barn, who has been begging for some Van Heflin little guitars. Oh.
I think I know you have two that you've commented on.
All right. I am a Van Halen fan.
There's a couple you're like, oh, that may be my
Ooh. 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 Thank you again to Brewer Quality Homes for supporting our show. Chevyland, Northwestern State University, Walk-Ons Bistro and Bar. Open for business here in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, not that I'm counting. Jimmy V's Feed, a factory, the home of the $2 Taco Tuesday. First Choice Personnel and Rapolo's Insulation, 865-5113. Yeah, this is a good one. This is what got it started. 79, 80. Yeah. Yo, God.
Have you seen her? So bad and pretty, moving.
How does anyone not like this song?
And I feel her from across the room. Yes, it's love in the third degree.
Put a smile on your face, man.
Ooh, baby, won't you?
Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. We will be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. 11:30 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. JJ, the Fireman of the Year, by the way, in Bossier City. Y'all are doing a great job under difficult conditions. Van Halen rocks. Everybody likes Van Heflin, don't they? Yes. Isn't that kind of like a litmus test for you to be able to hang around somebody? What do you think about Van Halen? Oh, they're the worst. Oh, okay. Well, I've got to go catch a cab. I'm out of here. I don't know where I've got to be, but it's somewhere not here. We certainly appreciate you guys hanging with us through a little bit more of a trying day than typical. No commercial breaks to give us any time like that, so we've come up with some musical interludes. We have to mute it on Facebook, on our Facebook page, because obviously they don't like music on there. It's copyrighted music. I get that. But they are just cruel, kicking you off there if you play too much music. But we also know that we've got to have time to take a break, use the bathroom, catch our breath while our engineering staff and the powers that be work on the ransomware attack that has kind of crippled a little bit of the stations here. And we certainly appreciate our sponsors who have kind of been with us through thick and thin. Mudbugs Hockey, don't forget, Mudbugs have 2 more games in the regular season at Lone Star this weekend. If they win both, they will have the number 2 seed and home ice advantage in the first round playoff series against Lone Star. So that'll be fun. I'll be going out to Larry's Pizza today for the Mudbugs press conference, high noon. come on out and join us, Mudbugs fans, or if you want to just come out and see what it's all about, Jason Soupy Campbell and a couple of the players will be there to answer questions and talk a little hockey with you. Of course, the buffet is a great price over at Larry's. Good pizza, too, man. I'm telling you, their salad bar is outstanding. It's the home of the Pizza Parade, Larry's Pizza. Your home for the Mudbugs press conference today at high noon. Eat at noon. About 12:30, the players will start talking along with Jason Campbell, then hang out. They got games, got a pool table in the back, all kind of fun stuff. Mudbugs Hockey. Get your tickets for the playoffs. Get in touch with Kimberly, 636-7094, 636-7094, or go to mudbugshockey.com. Mudbugshockey.com. So what is Arkansas going to do now that Kellen Sampson apparently is locked in to Houston? Ooh. I'm a little afraid. I am.
I mean, in your mind, what are you thinking as a Hogs fan?
I know the Jerk Weedery, a guy that I follow on Twitter.
Whoa. Come on, man.
He lives out
we'll
in
find
D.C.
you, Coach.
He brought that up, and I was like, well, it's time to go all in on Chris Beard. He goes, there's no way that he goes through Austin without getting a job offer from Texas.
Yeah, that's what Lord Hester was mentioning.
Yeah. Texas job is a worse job than Arkansas. It's a horrible town. It's overpopulated. It's sky high to live there. Now, granted, you're going to be making $5 million a year, so you're contributing to why it's such a bad place to live. Nobody likes basketball in Texas. They get 1,000 people out to a game. Bud Walton has a rabid fan base for the Razorbacks, a staunch history. How many Final Fours has Texas been to? You know? Gosh, this is a horrible, horrible place.
I know at least one.
Is that it?
Maybe two, but I
guess I would say three.
I'd say two. I'd feel confident in two more than I would three. I know one for sure, which means they've probably gone to at least one more.
Okay, I'm getting out of the 1915s. Let's see. Abe Lemons never did it. Tom Penders made it to an Elite Eight. Barnes won Final Four. So, Bully Gilstrap in 1943 took him to a Final Four. Jack Gray in 47 took him to a Final Four. But those, I mean, come on. You can't count pre-1970. Before UCLA's big streak, I think that basketball was basically 5 skinny white guys in a peach basket. You know? So, hey, I ain't counting that. They've basically been to one Final Four in the modern era of basketball. Two, I'm sorry. No, one. We're not counting the pre-World War II. Making a Final Four during World War II, does that even count? We're looking for the guys who didn't go over and serve. You, book nerd, youngest son, hop on here. I don't even play basketball, sir. I've got high arches. One Final Four. One. Arkansas's got 5. It's stupid to think that anyone would want to coach at Texas more than Arkansas. The mountains, rivers you can drink out of. Hiking. You get seasons in Fayetteville. 4 of them. Texas, you get hot and taco season. That's it. And hot taco season. Oh, you're South by Southwest. Yeah, you get a bunch of people coming in you don't want to have in your town. Ugh. But it's keep Austin weird. Yeah. Keep you weird. 318, bring back 40 minutes of hell. I said it as an April Fool joke yesterday, but I'm starting to think it might not be the worst idea. And Johnny C. says I-20 westbound from downtown past Benton Road is a parking lot. Westbound? Oh, okay. Be careful, avoid that. Silver and Black joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hello, Silver and Black. What's up, buddy?
Say, Tim, do you think LSU could move Zach Watson to second base, and then you'd have just him and the catcher as the right-handed hitters in the lineup, and then you'd get all the freshmen in there, DiGiacomo in center, Willis at first, and Beloso at DH?
Well, this weekend they're facing a team that has nothing but left-handers. A&M is a left-handed, according to Todd Walker, said they are all lefties. So the more righties you can put in the lineup this weekend, the better off you are. That's
where their weaker hitters are the right-handed ones. So.
Yep.
But that would work good against a team with a bunch of right-handed pitchers.
Yeah.
Zach Watson was a shortstop. He never did play outfield until he got to Baton Rouge.
And that's something else that Todd has said. Just about every player on that LSU roster probably played shortstop in high school at some point. Typically, your best player in high school baseball is going to play shortstop. And if not shortstop, then center field, third base. So I think that almost everybody on that roster you could put inside in the middle infield, and they would be able to adapt to it, kind of harken back to their either American Legion or high school baseball days from 2-3 years ago. So it's not moving someone there. It's not the worst idea, Silver and Black.
Remember they moved Jared Foster one year from the outfield to second base, and then he ended up getting about 10 home runs.
Well, that's just, I think that right now, when you look at the standings, LSU is kind of in a nice spot, to be honest with you. So I don't know how much tinkering I would put with it, especially, like we said, with a lefty-dominated team coming in. If you can
Cabrera might be out.
Yeah, might be.
Tendonitis in his wrist.
Yeah, I think that's what Paul said, right? Going to keep him out the next two games, which is tonight against Grambling. And then they have a Wednesday game as well?
They got Grambling in South Alabama, and then the Aggies.
He won't play tonight and tomorrow, but he could be available for the weekend against A&M. Yeah, when it does count. And as far as right-handed sticks, Hal Hughes, Drew Bianco, Gavin Dugas, Zach Watson, Sal Garza.
Zach Watson's the only one hitting the ball hard.
Broussard. Who else is a right-handed hitter? Is that it?
Gavin Dugas, but he's injured.
Yeah.
He's been hit. He started out good, and he got hurt.
Doty. Yeah. Not a whole lot of options.
If they get Dugas back, he might be able to move in there at second. He's a natural infielder. So.
Mm-hmm. Boy, it is so weird how LSU's lineup roster is just chocked full of right-handed pitchers. Just everybody there, except for one kid.
And they still got 4 pitchers out, so they're just really treading water. They're decimated by injury right now.
Yeah.
I mean, for any fan with it, looking at it logically, you got 8 guys on the shelf out of 20 on your pitching staff. That's why they were thinking they might have to bring Cabrera in there to throw to some left-handers. And if Vietmeyer keeps pitching good, they might need to give him a shot at being a starter. He does a good job of not. He don't walk people. That's one thing he does a good job of.
That's interesting, because the obviously the hitter's objective, get on base any way you can. Be more patient at the plate. That's what the Cubs are having difficulty with. That kind of put the Cubs on the map a couple of years ago, is patience at the plate, work those walks, get pitchers deep into a pitch count, take advantage of a weak bullpen, and claim a World Series. And now, obviously, in all walks of baseball, that's kind of the idea, to work the pitch count up high for a pitcher to get to that bullpen, get guys on base, move them over however you possibly can. But obviously, when you've got the team out in the field, it's the last thing you want to do. You want to throw strikes. A&M does have a handful of right-handed pitchers, but the bulk of their guys are going to be throwing from the port side. So it'll be this is an interesting matchup. Again, I've used this term once today, Silver and Black, but a litmus test for LSU. I think that this is it's an awful matchup on paper for them, A&M is. And if they can come out of this thing smelling like a rose, whether it's a home sweep or a 2-1 weekend against A&M, I just think that is a huge confidence boost. And I think it's also a huge sign to those that are making out the tournament selection committee that if they could take on a lineup like A&M is going to throw at them and have success, then this LSU team really is possibly one of those 8 teams that you need to consider for a national seed.
A&M's playing the Longhorns tonight.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one.
Okay, man.
All right, buddy. See you later, Silver and Black. We'll do one more time because I know we want to get one more request in, Rogers. Okay. What was the Barnes Van Halen song you wanted? He's been begging for. Little Guitars from Van Halen 2. Rogers is going back to his old KNOU days. Just instead of queuing up the album, though, Rogers, got to go through YouTube. Back it up one quarter turn back, Rogers. You'll hear it because it'll drag on that first note. Our show has been presented to you today by the fine folks over at Swoop Stores, locally owned and operated. Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Daiquiri Express. 5 locations serving you. Bailey's Jewelers. First Choice Personnel. Red River Brewing, where downtown meets I-20. One last musical interlude, and we'll be back right after this on 1130 The Tiger. Tony Artichoke, welcome back. 11:30 The Tiger, a little Van Halen for you here on All Request Tuesday. War Eagle says, I don't know about radio advertising, but I can wear the lucky sweater vest when I'm an in-house guest. So, yeah. We need to get you in before you head up there. But don't forget, I'm a little bit of a jinx. The old Fletcher curse has reared its ugly head many, many times before. So, you know what I mean? Jelly bean. Rogers, what are you looking forward to today? Not having to look up YouTube videos?
Trying to get us a little out cue song here for us. All right.
Ooh.
The people were no. You know what? I'm kind of in that baseball mode. You got Astros Rangers in the second series of the beginning of the season, and it's at Arlington. The Astros have not been home yet for their opening day. Got Verlander going to the mound to try to even your record at 3-3. You know, I'm really looking forward to that. And I'll be honest with you, something else that I just thought about I might be looking forward to.
What's that?
Depending on how much I can get done with our computers, I may try to come meet you at Larry's Pizza with the Mudbugs because I can't access Mr. Bob's stuff.
Oh, that's right.
And his theme music and his applause sign and the stuff we use during his show.
Yeah, you can't do Bob's show?
I can't even go to load it in there. So I've let him know, hey, here's what's happening. Once I get off with Fletch, I'll let you know for sure, but it's not looking good today because I wouldn't be able to use any of his sound effects because they come through the button bar.
Wow.
So I'm kind of
have a Rogers Hampton
maybe if it works out, if the computer's not up and ready by close to noon, you may see me eastbound and down and headed to Larry's Pizza. Whoa. And depending on what happens with the Neviston show, he just lives close to there. Why don't we have a little triumvirate right there? You want to see Netherton eat?
Larry's Pizza might be saying, "Wait a minute,
wait," and we gave him 10% off. Oh, not in a row.
You're open 24 hours. Here's something just find interesting that we take for granted here with LSU's baseball program. Arkansas and UALR are playing tonight at Ball Marker Stadium at 6:30. It is the first meeting ever between the two teams. It's also the first in-state opponent for Arkansas baseball, I think, ever. So think about that. Dave Van Horn's been having to push and pull to get this through. They're also going to play Arkansas Pine Bluff. Think about what Balmaneri, before him, Skip Burtman, Smoke Laval did with other programs in the state. Be thankful for other reasons for guys like Skip Burtman, Smoke Laval, and Balmaneri. All right, kids, going to wrap it up. Thanks to you guys for hanging out with us today. Brewer Quality Homes, Bayou Bell Waste, Gibbsland Bacon Trust, Honey Baked Ham, Mudbugs Hockey, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Chevy Land, Northwestern State University, Walk-Ons Bistro and Bar, Bertolo's Craft and Trust, Timmy V's Feed Factory, Swoop Stores.
Oh, folks, everybody sing.
Cormier Family Dentistry, Honey Baked Ham, First Choice Personnel, Daiquiri Express, Accutech, Rapolo, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Chillin' Hill. Thanks for supporting our show. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, badge 1284, rest in peace, TLV. We'll be back tomorrow. Commercials or no commercials.
Shreveport, Bossier City.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at first, the pitch, swing and a miss! Tigers win! Tigers win!